1, 2, just for fun. There's Jesse. Heyo.
You know,
What's up, baby?
To stick with the theme of
tell them like the beam now.
Dropping bombshells on you that weren't planned at all.
Oh, good. Love when this happens.
I think I got one. I was thinking about this as I was coming down. What's that? 50? I don't know. 50, 80? Whatever.
I don't know. Why would you to get here?
Yeah.
I don't think you were on 50.
No, I wasn't on 50. I was on 80.
Yeah,
I was on 80. Yeah. Business 80.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I was on business 80. I was on interstate 80.
Okay.
Because business 80 is going by Arden. That used to always confuse me.
Okay.
You want it right now or you want it on the show? I'll give it to you right now.
I'm not really sure what's happening. So
I'll give it to you right now. It's not a big deal. It really, I'm making it sound worse than what it is. Darren Fox is on his way to being the greatest king of all time.
Oh, yeah, that's show material.
He's like,
yeah,
on his way.
He is that's show material. Knock it off.
Okay. You guys didn't hear that in the chat.
Do roll call. What's up, squad boy? Hey, good stuff. Securing the beam. We appreciate you putting those notes together for us and shooting them our way.
Yeah, man. Big ups, bro.
Bomb sick.
Yeah, you're a little late, and I think,
but yeah, I think it's time. We're getting close to anointing. Like De'Aaron's on a tear this season.
You could make the argument that I'll talk about it.
Okay.
I think it's Chris. I don't think it could be. Yeah,
I think
it can't
Chris.
be the other one.
Yeah, I think it's Chris.
As much as I love him,
but that's fun. That's fun conversation. Miss Mac 10, what's happening?
Miss Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click. Or did we see Young Zell up in it? Young Zell like everywhere.
Oh yeah, he's everywhere.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yeah.
Come on now, we back, baby. We wanted to win.
I needed that.
And man, this dude everywhere. Man. Straight from your TV set back to your radio, Young Zell. Let's go.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning.
Right.
If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
Hey. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
We're going to hit another verse with Young Zell right here.
Let's do that.
It's Friday, baby. Let's run it one more. Come on now.
Zach Proud, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this bang really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the roads, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beam, like
Young
the
Zell.
Let's go.
Right there. Welcome in here to the Friday, February 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Roman a little late right there, but we are so happy that you are here with us. We're so happy. It's a Victory Friday. We're so happy. Will Z's going to be with us at the bottom of this hour.
Oh, yeah.
Trysta Krick's going to be with us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham is going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And we got Kings basketball to talk about. Last night, we got Kings basketball to talk about tonight. And we got a dub to talk about. Kings won going away. Maybe they didn't get there exactly how everybody wanted to.
I was like, hold on, man.
Maybe they didn't get there the way everybody wanted them to, but I'll give you some quick numbers before we really dive into things. De'Aaron Fox, 25. Kevin Huerter, 25. Keegan Murray, 25. Harrison Barnes, 23. Domas, 31. Those are the minute totals for the starters last night.
That's a good look. That's a good look. And you get that considering how things started.
Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
It was like, okay, well, to make up for this, if I told you how the game started and you didn't tell me minutes played, I'm like, well, to make up for this, they're probably going to have to get into the 30s, like maybe not 40. I'm not saying that, but it's going to have to be like 35, 36. And the fact that they were able to make up for it, get contributions off the bench, allow these guys to get rest. People are always talking about, man, you can't have these guys playing 38 minutes. All right. Well, last night,
who sounds like that, but that's fine.
King's Twitter. That's what.
That's what King's Twitter is. King's Twitter had a voice.
Can't have these people 38 minutes. Okay. All right, guys. Well, they didn't play 38 minutes.
I've spoken to Tim Maxwell before. That's not what he sounds like at all.
You got to give me some play.
Mason.
But they size ball. He can't play 38 minutes. Simonis can't play 38 minutes.
He only played 31 last night.
So they were able to get the rest with the come from behind victory. And some good stuff last night.
Kenny and I were sitting in Sky River Casino watching that first quarter.
Big ups.
Watching that first quarter unfold like,
for real?
Huh? So that's what we're doing, huh?
For real?
All right. It's cool.
And then I turned to the screen when I saw De'Aaron limping off the court. I said, oh, Lord, no.
That's when we got up and left and went to the steakhouse. That's like, let's just go to the steakhouse and get a smoky old fashioned and keep it moving.
I said, Lord, no.
By the time we sat down and got comfortable, Kenny looked at his phone, was like, okay, they're down 6. And then I think it was at that point, like, all right, they're fine.
Yeah.
Like they're fine. And the first quarter was not good. Second and the third quarter were very good. They closed this game out. Mike knew what he was able to do in that final quarter there. And the Kings were able to walk away with the win. But it is hilarious that we talked about, just get off to a good start. Like put Mike in a position, put Mike Brown in a position where he can feel like he can go away from De'Aaron or Domas for a little while and not feel like he's going to lose the game. And the Kings just said, nah, we're really comfortable going down 14. And they went down 14 a couple of times. Man. So it's like, okay, they got back within striking distance. Oh, leads back to 14, and Mike Brown ain't having it.
Well, that was the crazy thing about it. Like, I looked at my phone. Oh, it's 6. It's cool. I think it went back to 14 right after that.
Yeah, it did.
Shaden Sharp, shout out to my boy Shaden Sharp. He was going for the gusto. He was going for the gusto last night. Didn't really get it. My boy Cam Reddish was going for the gusto too.
Well, you know who else went for the gusto?
Sensational.
Oh,
come on, man.
Come on now, my boy. Hey, no lie, no LaKinney right here. Yesterday, I said, I think Davion about to step up, and have a big second half. One game doesn't change that. All right, I still feel the same way, but I wanted to be like, who I'm really looking forward to? I think TD gonna step up too, but I didn't want to just. Basically, I'm starting to name the whole team. So I was like, let me let that slide. But I wanted to name Terrence Davis.
But you didn't.
And I didn't.
You named
But
Davion.
I'm giving myself credit for it. I'm giving myself credit for it, all right? I wanted to, but I didn't.
So Kenny and I were out last night enjoying the beautiful Sky River Casino. And
beautiful Sky River Casino. I have mercy.
And we're, the game's wrapped up and, we're catching what we can. Like, hey, how'd Davion do? And Kenny said he had 3 points. So I get home, go to watch the game. First quarter, Davion hits a 3. And I'm like, wait a minute.
I saw that too.
I was like, wait a minute.
I said, wait a minute.
I was like, Kenny said he had 3 points. And then that was kind of it. That was kind of it for Davion on the offensive end. But, I think when you're that second unit, you can pick and choose in those moments. Like we're talking about Terrence Davis, rightfully so. Terrence Davis was an immediate spark. He came in. Terrence had like 9 points and I think 3 turnovers in the first quarter. Now that's funny.
That's my boy.
That's funny. And they were aggressive turnovers too. He was like, I'm in here to be the spark. But you know how many turnovers he ended with? 3. He ended the game with 3 turnovers. So those 9 points, those 3 turnovers to start the game ended at 20 points and 3 turnovers to end the game. Terrence was a spark that this Kings team needed. Yeah. All the while, Malik's like, cool, I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna ride with this group. I'm gonna ride with TD right here. So you had, I think Malik finished with 15.
15, yeah.
So Malik finished with 15. Terrence finished with 20. Anything you get after that from your second unit, be it
that's talking about 35 points.
That's it. That exactly. Exactly. So it's more imperative that Davion does a little more on the offensive end when Terrence Davis isn't or Malik isn't. When you've got 2 guys on the bench who can bring you buckets. We've seen Trey Lyles do it. Yeah. We haven't seen Davion get in that mix a lot. And I'm with you in the sense, like, I believe that he can, but I have no issue that I think he only took 3 shots last night. You know, I don't have to.
1 of 3. He didn't do a whole lot.
These guys are cooking.
He's like, that's not his role. I really believe, like, if they play Terrence more,
which they should,
which I agree they should. I call me biased or whatever the case may be, but I think you can win with Terrence Davis being in your rotation. Like people talk about, oh, you know, he's not shooting or whatever. Man, he's a competitor. He's a competitor. He's gonna go after it. And you're not gonna get cheated by your level of competition from Terrence Davis. Sometimes that means he's gonna go 1 of 7 for 5 points. I get that with 3 turnovers. Like, I get it.
He might turn over the ball 3 times in his first 5 possessions. He might do that.
He might, but that's a guy that you roll with, in my opinion. But I look at Terrence Davis and Malik Monk. They're like consistently, obviously Malik is consistently playing. But if Terrence gets into that rotation, he played 18 minutes last night. If you can get him 15 to 18 minutes, I really believe you could get 18 points at least every game between the two of those guys. At least. I just said, hey, and this isn't even his average, I don't think. But I'm saying, let's say Malik gives you 10 and Terrence Davis gives you 8. I think you can get at least 18 points from those 2. 18 points off your bench guaranteed every time. That's almost, I don't want to say worst case scenario, but that's on the low end.
Yeah.
Malik might give you 15. Terrence might give you 13. Now we're going up. Now Davion might hit 2 threes.
And you're still not factoring in Trey
Lyles might hit a 3 or 2.
Who hit a sneaky, what did Trey finish with last
7.
night? So he hit a sneaky big shot to me. That 3 at the end of the first quarter.
Was that the same one that got that fan hyped up? Was that his 3?
So that's what we're calling it, hyped up, huh?
That's all.
That's what we're calling it, hyped up. I encourage nobody to look this up on Twitter. But yes, I believe that was Trey Lance's 3. I'm not sure what sparked that celebration from that gentleman at the Golden One Center, but sir, be better.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
And like, what do you like? Is that Bob from accounting? Rewind that, honey. That looked like Bob from accounting. Like, I don't.
Yo, I need to be in this office today. I need to know what that's looking like.
That's somebody's dad out there. Like, you're just watching the game and your pops is out there.
Yo, that's wild. That's but yes, I believe that was the Trey Lance 3.
That was a big shot.
Sparked that interesting reaction from Bob in accounting.
Bob in accounting. It's a wild boy. He was up at the Skyline Lounge afterwards.
Bob had one too many last night.
He was trying to get in the Tiger afterwards.
He definitely was. Sir, no. You should go home. And apologize to anyone who lives in your house.
No, Dad, we saw you on the game.
His wife said, honey, is this you? I know it's you, but I just need you to tell me, is this you? Because
that was wild.
In any event,
point still well taken. Trey Lyles, big time. What's happening.
Talk about point well taken. We got two of your favorite things on the way. We got Drake bars coming up, and we got Will Z coming up. Yeah. We're just getting started. It's Friday, baby. D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
All right, there it goes. So, whoever did this here in the Odyssey offices, do better. Why did you put it right next to where I sit? Look at all this stuff in here. Look at this, is all candy. I ain't doing it, man. I got, full disclosure, I got 2 of these already had and 1 Reese's. I'm gonna have 1 Reese's right now.
Do they have?
I'm gonna be done until about 2:45.
Do they have like butterscotch in there?
Yeah, the butterscotch gotta go. I mean,
yeah, I feel like the selection isn't great in there. It's like 90% butterscotch, and the like rest is like whatever.
Well, no, it's hidden. There's a bunch of Reese's underneath the butterscotch.
Who's buying butterscotch for them to keep making it?
Grandma. We're giving away AEW tickets next week.
Uh-oh. They're coming like in a couple of weeks, right?
I know it's March. March 8th.
I was about to say, it's got to be while the Kings are gone.
March 8th.
No high school.
Yeah.
What day of the week is that?
It's Wednesday.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Yo, you got to get our girl on the show. Tony Khan, come on.
Did Chris give you an email for AEW? You want to try for Jade?
Hell yeah.
Try it. Did you check the time on that spot by any chance? I'm only asking because Rich and Rich are emailing me about it. Okay. You can wait till we get back. I just Rich emailed us like
who's gonna be in the baddie section? I don't know. Jade, does she still do that? Every city she goes to, she gives tickets to baddies, and she has a baddie section.
Oh man, I'm so Matt George in some sort of character.
Matt George in the baddie in Jade's baddie section.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Dr. David, I saw that. Floyd's birthday. Floyd is fighting tomorrow in an exhibition.
How old is Floyd today?
I don't know. My guess is 46.
Ken Rudolph would say, to the internet. 40. It says 46, so I assume that's 46 today.
I only said it because I feel like I saw 45 last year.
Well, that would make sense. 40, 45, 46.
Unless your buddy healed.
Well, when you're 48.
Go from 45 to 48 on one birthday.
This is absolutely correct, Sydney Dean. Sydney! Matt George is the Mick Foley of 1320.
Can you imagine if Matt George shows up in a Mankind mask and does the hit like that?
Matt George is going to throw himself off the Hell in a Cell. Matt George is showing up next week with a sock puppet. Mr. Socko!
All his answers are just from the sock.
Mr. Socko. I saw Bill Bellamy was a fan of the Dope One's artwork behind us.
Yeah, I saw he was in here this morning with Mia.
I asked Jonathan about putting those up. I don't think he loved the idea, but he wasn't against it. It's ultimately Rich's call, or not Rich, Aaron's call. So I have to ask Aaron.
Aaron is give him a comedy special.
Should have asked him last night.
Can't wait for his Netflix comedy special.
We have never spent time with with our guy Aaron before, and no, Aaron, the operations manager, he's funny. He is legit funny. I don't know. I do not have an answer to that. Probably because the Velcro would wear. Maybe. I don't know. Well, I don't want to. There's a lot of people I don't mind pissing off. I don't want to piss off Jonathan. Like, we'll follow the proper protocols for this. I don't think Aaron would have a problem with it because it's our studio and KSFM studio, and Mia likes them, so we get the. Yeah, it works. We get the Bob Marley one in here. We get the J. Cole one in here, and it just fills out those 4 tiles behind me. Could probably even reposition this just a smidge. Yeah, just get a little more creative with where the screen is. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Our brother Will Z is going to join us here in just a heartbeat. He's got plenty to talk about in regards to last night's game as well as tonight's game. You could check out his amazing work over on ESPN1320.com. But before we get to Will Z, we still got business to talk about regarding last night's game. And when the Kings win, well, it ain't Dame time. It's Drake time.
You know the vibes, man. Hey, the Kings came back from the All-Star break doing what they do. 133-116 over the Portland Trailblazers. 40. Give me that beat, big dog. Yeah. I'm saying we was just trying to get back into the groove, shaky first start, but it's no big deal. We just do what we do. You know the vibes. Let's get into it. SR Prime, Gold Bottles Don't Play. Special event to most, but to me it's a Thursday. Private room is the move. Yeah, that's a good look. Hitting too close to home, got them other boys shook. Yeah, down 20 is nothing to me. 130 plus is coming. We gonna take these boys deep into the sea. Get your life vest, ankle braces, cause Fox is coming. Kings math say 5 equals 30 or something. I say Fox is coming. Kings math say get your. You know what the vibes is. I ain't even got to repeat it this time. 30 is something. Let's get it. The Kings came back from 16 down, but I was never worried because they put 133 on their head. Sorry, Dame. Sorry, Jeremy. Sorry, Shaden.
Yeah. Okay.
You know the vibes, baby. You know the vibes. Down 20 is nothing to me. SR Prime, Gold Bottles, we don't play.
Anything you want to explain? I feel like it was all pretty straightforward.
It's pretty straightforward,
I just want to make sure.
Special events and most, but to me it's a Thursday. Come on, man.
Well,
Stop playing.
People will find out what that's all about soon enough.
Yes, sir.
Soon enough.
Yes, sir.
Can I tell you something that's agitating me? And
Sure.
this is dumb. And I get it. Have you looked at the slate of NBA games tonight? And that's a rhetorical question because I know that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a bigger game than the Sacramento Kings versus the Los Angeles Clippers tonight?
Absolutely not.
That's also a rhetorical question. There is not. Man, this is goofy at this point.
Really
You got
is.
a game the league is genuinely interested in seeing, and even if you don't care about Sacramento, which it's clear a lot of people still don't, it's clear the network still don't, they're going to salivate over the thought of Russell Westbrook with the Los Angeles Clippers because they're going to salivate over the thought, well, he destroyed the Lakers, of course. I mean, the Lakers have won without him now. Gosh, they're the greatest team ever, and he's going to destroy the Clippers just like he did every other team that he's on. You would think they'd put it on for that. Nope.
No respect. You know what? There's even more disrespect.
This is 3 versus 4 tonight in the standings, and nothing.
I was
Crickets.
on. That's crazy. It's crazy to put it out that way. and we rather see what is it? 5 versus 10. That's the one on ESPN.
Sure.
Come on, man. No disrespect to SGA and Giddy and all that, but you guys don't need to be on ESPN. Period. The Thunder have no business being on ESPN tonight. It's ridiculous, man. But that's neither here nor there. I'll say this though. The disrespect continues to flow through. I told you the other morning, I was on the NBA app, scrolling, watching different stuff or whatever. Wanted to see some highlights. They was like, yo, first half highlights from Ja. Like it was a whole section, right? First half highlights from Ja, from Luka, from Giannis, from Donovan Mitchell, from Tyrese Halliburton. Bro, they have first half highlights from Jalen Brunson. And no mixtape for De'Aaron Fox. This is all I could do is laugh, man. All I could do is laugh because this is ridiculous. This dude is a problem. And he gets treated like a redheaded stepchild. Sorry to all the redheaded stepchildren out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, ESPN 1320 will send out its apology immediately following today's show.
It's crazy.
The James Hams across the world are going to cancel.
I didn't know he was a stepchild.
I don't think that he is.
I don't think Kevon is either.
Kayvon, most definitely not. I kind of like I was trying to enjoy the All-Star weekend. I felt like there were just underlying digs at the Kings all weekend.
I saw it.
And there was a certain point where it's like, all right, De'Aaron and Domas were what? 2 of the last 4 picked?
2 of the last 3. It was those 2 and Jaren. Those were the last 3.
That's right, because Jokic was the starter who got up and walked over to LeBron.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know. Like if you're I don't De'Aaron scored 30 again last night. Yo, we were talking about Dame going into last night's game, and Dame's got like we went over Dame's numbers leading into last night's game. Like they're obnoxious. He's got the 60. I guess that's the problem. Yo, Fox, if you're listening, you're going to need to drop 60 because apparently these dudes don't pay attention unless you throw a random 60 in there. 3 or 5 30-point games in a row? Nah, that ain't enough. Your team winning at a clip that people are absolutely betting on you falling off of since like December? No, that ain't going to do it either. You need to go drop 60 on somebody. It appears by things that we've seen in the past, go drop 70 and lose.
Oh, that's just great.
That does it for people. Go drop 70 and lose. Just use up all Alex Lynn's fouls, Chimezie Metu's fouls, Rashawn Holmes fouls to make sure you keep getting the ball back. And yeah, just go out there and drop useless points. Be empty calories again, because I guess that's more engaging to some people who cover the NBA.
You know what? And look, and you're 100% right. And look, and I'm gonna say this. Like we keep on hearing about, bad week, they could drop to 8th, and they're so jumbled up between, 3 and 11 and anything could happen. Stop. The Kings are 5 games in the loss column ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder, 6 games ahead of the Utah Jazz, who are 9 now. They're 2 games behind 2.
Yeah.
They're 2 games behind 2.
To a team that dropped like a 20-point lead last night to Philly.
Why ain't we ever talking about that? We always talking about how far they can fall back. If they have a good week, you could be looking at the 2 seed. Stop playing with. Look, we talking about, the Kings, they're not going to finish in the 3. We all know that's not going to happen. It might not. But what if Memphis is the team that falls all the way down to 6? And not the Kings?
And how do you explain that Steven Adams is the key to your success? You win without Desmond Bane. You win without Dillon Brooks. You win without Ja Morant.
Yeah. You
lose Steven Adams.
And
toast.
And all due respect to Steven Adams, who is a fine NBA player. He shouldn't make that much of a difference where you just can't win games.
Well, see, yeah, like I believe he is a difference maker.
No, he's a difference.
But you that much of a difference maker.
He can't make that much of a difference where you just can't lose games. You got 2 All-Stars
at
on
this
your
point.
team.
Steven Adams is all NBA first team. He's made such a difference on that team.
He's MVP.
it might be that. Might be
You
that.
got
He's
two
gonna have to-
all-stars on your team, man. How you just not gonna be able to win a game no more?
He's going to have to wrestle it away from Jokic, who I think already has the trophy at his house. That's not confirmed, but I believe that he has it there. Our MVP is here, our man Will Z. Well, what's happening, buddy?
What's up, you guys?
What's up, Will?
Happy to be here. Yeah.
Do you have any numbers that can support why the national media will not give De'Aaron Fox the proper love?
I don't know. I was trying to think about it while you guys were talking about it, and I wonder if it's because he's not. Everyone loves the three-point shot and dunks, and Fox doesn't. He's not a prolific three-point shooter, and he dunks, but he doesn't. That's not the main aspect of his game. So it's more. He excels in the underrated parts with that mid-range and kind of the floater area. So maybe he just isn't flashy like some of the other stars. But I mean, he should get more credit than he does.
You know, the funny thing about it, I was thinking about this on the way in as well. I was thinking a lot about the Kings and De'Aaron Fox on the way in.
It's a good use of your time.
I remember a lot of people looking at Ja Morant, and you hear all the time, Ja Morant, oh, he's the modern day Allen Iverson. He's the modern day Allen Iverson, all this other stuff. He's got a look that resembles Allen Iverson, but take it from somebody that watched Allen Iverson all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first foray into League Pass, is just so I could see the Sixers, starting from 2000 all the way to like 2006. Watched all his games. De'Aaron Fox's game is more Allen Iverson than Ja Morant is. Allen Iverson lived in the mid-range. That's where De'Aaron lives. Allen Iverson wasn't an above the rim guy. He wasn't a floater guy. He was a guy that got in there, finished with layups at the basket. You look at De'Aaron Fox and Will Z, you know it. It's mid-range and it's finishing at the basket. De'Aaron Fox, in my opinion, when you look at the game, is more De'Aaron Fox De'Aaron Fox is more Allen Iverson than Ja Morant is.
Yeah, and I mean the finishing skills, like Fox was at 75% in the restricted area coming into last night. He was 4 of 4 last night, so that went up. And Ja, I think I checked over All-Star weekend, was at like in the 60s. So it's really not close with the finishing abilities. But I mean, Ja just has that highlight package that everyone loves.
But shout out to Will Z, by the way, who did sit through All-Star festivities and was fact-checking announcers. And Candace Parker, I think, said something about, what was it, Donovan Mitchell?
Yep.
And Will was like, whoa. Candace Parker. In fact, there is someone who finishes at the rim better.
Will hit Candace. Well, actually.
Hit him with a Ramsey.
When the facts are out there, I mean, just trying to let people know.
And I think that's just something people do, right? Is, oh, there's no one better than him at finishing at the mid-range. And Will's like, no, there is. And actually he's sitting right over there. You can go tap him on the shoulder. His name is De'Aaron Fox. But it's how those, and obviously Donovan's a phenomenal basketball player. That's not the discussion, but it's how guys like De'Aaron Fox don't get recognized for what they're doing. It's like you have to start pointing out the things that he does great. If he is the best, mid-range guard in the league, point that out. If he is the best guard finishing at the rim, you got to point that stuff out. Just because he's not. Shoot, we talked about dropping 60 and losing. Apparently now you could go for a dunk and miss. But if it's spectacular enough, like, they're going to talk about it and they're going to clip it and they're going to share it all over the internet and say, oh, look at this near dunk.
Ja almost caught a body. That's the highlight now.
And then the ball bounces off the rim. It goes back the other way for 2. And it's like,
not to mention, it's not even close.
No, it's
not even close to completing the dunk.
5 more feet and he had it. He's one Spud Webb length away from having the greatest dunk of all time. Will, anything else stand out about De'Aaron's numbers?
Will
for
just
you?
sitting through us.
Yeah,
I love it,
man.
Oh man! So I think it's time to have a legit conversation about Fox's status as an all-time king. I think He
Were
is
you-
cementing.
Were you and Kenny Caraway talking on the phone on the way?
We
in?
weren't. Were you thinking the same thing, Kenny?
I was. I mentioned something. He's on the path right now.
He
He's on
is.
the path.
He might be past the path in my eyes. I don't know. I mean, the playoffs, I feel like the playoffs this year will be like the thing that finally does it. But I mean, looking at the numbers, I mean, we saw last night 5 straight games, 30 points. The first person since Tiny Archibald in 1975 for the Kings franchise, first in Sacramento era.
Which I
If
don't
you
feel like
just-
you have to count, by the way, with all due respect to Tiny.
Right.
It's like, you're not Sacramento.
Exactly.
He ain't Kings. We're Kings.
That's right. That's it.
So I was looking at some other numbers too, and so for just the Kings, 1985 to now, Fox is 6th in scoring. He sits behind Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, Peja, Cousins, and Mitch Richmond. He's 2nd in assists behind only Mike Bibby, and he's only 250 behind. So, I mean, if he's here, which it feels like he will be, he'll be the Kings leader in assists as well, which is such an understated part of his game. And then just his ability to score. I tweeted it out last night. The 30-point games, he's now sitting at 4th most in Kings history with 59 30-point games. And he's just reaching the all-time leader board in so many different areas. If you look again at the 30-point 10 assist games, he's had 15 of those in his career. The next closest is 7. So he's just doing things for the Kings that haven't been done. And I think he's climbing the Mount Rushmore of Kings.
I'm with you, Will. I'm with you. And I said off the radio air, and we would talk about it on the radio air. I said, man, you can. When I say he's on the path, I'm saying he's on the path to being the greatest king of all time.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the path to that. There's a couple things he's got to finish. There's got to be a couple more years of this type of production. He's got to get to the playoffs. Maybe once do it, but probably 2-3 times or whatever the case may be. But I'm sitting here looking. I'm like, yo, this dude, he's on his way to being the greatest king of all time. He's on the path, and yeah, I'm on the same page as you, Will.
And it's so exciting because he's ours. We drafted him like he is a king through and through, and it's just so special to have that in your star player, I feel like.
Yeah. And I was going to just say one other thing about him, because when you think about, he's ours, he's been with us the whole time. And I think just really about Cousins. The difference between Fox and Cousins is when DeMarcus came, Tyreek was here. And we thought Tyreek was the savior and DeMarcus was going to be a piece. So DeMarcus kind of came in as like, all right, we got another piece to go with Tyreek. It's going to be a good look. These guys are going to grow together. Eventually, DeMarcus became better than Tyreek. I only bring that up because when DeMarcus was drafted, he was not looked at as the savior of this franchise. When De'Aaron was drafted, it was like, this is the guy that's going to take us to the promised land. And that's just a little difference between the two. Like from day one, from draft day, from pre-draft workouts, when he had a little foam finger and he was on Snapchat and people were going crazy. Like, we're like, this is the guy that's going to take us to the promised land. And it's a little bit different of expectations. And he's there right now. He's there.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Long time listener, first time caller. Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
No
need to ask how we're doing anymore, please.
Okay, sorry.
Happy New Year, by the way.
Don't say Happy New Year either. Thank you.
Happy Black History Month. Is De'Aaron? This is obviously, I believe this is only a 2-person conversation. Is De'Aaron already the best Sacramento King that's been drafted here?
Yes,
already
right.
today.
It's a 2-person conversation. I think he's past Peja. Peja's on.
Yeah, I think he's past Peja too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
I think so as well.
and I'm fine with that answer. We can't forget how good DeMarcus was.
He was
not at all.
DeMarcus was really,
Not at all.
really good.
Mhm.
DeMarcus was making all-star teams on a 20-win team.
Yeah.
Like that's how good he
Absolutely.
was. It's like
Absolutely.
we can't ignore how good this dude is.
No, DeMarcus
DeMarcus was the best big in the league. It was certainly a different type of big back then when DeMarcus was the best.
He was a bit of a game changer.
Yeah, like he I mean, because he was he wasn't. It's sketchy because you talk about big man, you go, oh, DeMarcus was a good passer. Doesn't mean he was Nikola Jokic,
Mhm.
but it doesn't mean he was Vlade even,
Mhm.
but he was good at that. Unfortunately, he didn't often have anybody to pass the ball to.
No, and I mean, John Salmons isn't going to get it done.
Twice.
No, jeez, why'd they do that the second time? So, the shortcomings of DeMarcus on a team level, I don't think were his fault at all. I look at when you talk about he changed the game, I don't look as much at Jokic as I look at somebody like Embiid. Like he was JoJo. He was the blueprint for JoJo. And yeah, I'm always, as the people can see, this is my guy. I'm wearing a cousin's crew neck today. This is my man. I'm always careful with making sure I give him his props for what he did here when I talk about how great and where De'Aaron Fox may end up being. DeMarcus was phenomenal. And to be honest with you, like the fact that we think De'Aaron is above Peja now, that's no small feat because Peja was sick. Peja was a top 5 MVP candidate at his height.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel like Peja's time, and this could absolutely be, I just feel like Peja's time was so short.
It was, yeah.
And like I think the other thing about Peja, like Peja was really good when he left here too. Before was he the back or was Hito the back? Or were they both?
I think Peja was the knee, I thought.
Oh, he was the knee. Hito was the back. One of those two had a back
Hito was the
thing.
back. Well, Hito had a revelation. Hito also may have gotten some help.
Like a Matt George revelation?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, resurgence maybe is the better word in Orlando. Remember, he took him to the finals. Him and Rashard Lewis. And Dwight.
I'm like, wait a minute. When did that happen?
Well, no, it was Dwight was the one. But
you said he took him to the finals, and I'm like, wait, what year did this happen?
Remember, Rashard Lewis were major cogs in that.
Rashard Lewis, one of the craziest NBA stories. Like when you talk about contracts, like his movement within the league, boy, that's some wild stuff. Okay. I'm seeing in the chat. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. A little deer antler spray. I don't know. Hey, whatever. Will, this has been a lot of fun. You want to give us the bad news? Because I read your article today.
Oh man, the Clippers are good. Like it's scary good. I was trying to usually I'll try and find like what can the Kings do? Like where's an advantage here? Especially for like the Kings offense versus the Clippers defense. I couldn't find anything.
Call in Matt George and his position in the church and see if that helps.
They are we always talk about how the Kings are so well-rounded on offense. It's like the Clippers are that version on defense. They aren't leading the league in like steals or blocks or like opponent shooting, but they're at least in like the top half of everything across the board. So it makes it an exciting matchup because the Kings have the well-rounded offense and the Clippers have the well-rounded defense. Which one's going to win? And it's kind of fun because there's so much that could happen compared to being like, oh, the Blazers aren't good on defense. The Kings are going to score a lot, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah. It's going to be a good game tonight. I think it's going to be a good game tonight.
Well, I thought the last one, they've only played.
Well,
they played twice. Yeah, they've played
twice. And the second one was nobody played. So
yeah.
But I think this is going to be a good game. I think there's going to be energy in the building. This is something that should be on national TV, but it's not. And I think the Kings are going to be ready to play tonight.
I think so too. And I think the Russell Westbrook Clippers thing is going to be a rousing success. Hopefully starting Sunday.
Yes.
Honestly, I think it is. So one of the reasons I think that it works out so well is that and let me know if we need to go to commercial.
It's very rare for
Clippers
guests on this show, by the way. Very, very rare.
I know them all. The Clippers aren't a good 2-point shooting team. They're a better 3-point shooting team, and that's exactly where Westbrook excels on offense is getting to the basket. So he kind of fills in that gap that the Clippers are missing, compared to like getting rid of Luke Kennard was a strength that they already had. So I think Westbrook could be a very good fit, and I'm excited to see how it all works out starting Sunday.
There you go. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
with that.
indeed.
Will, thanks for always carving out time for us, man. We really appreciate you. Love talking to you.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Will.
That's our man, Will Z. And give Hannah a shout out, too. I see she just tagged us on something in IG. We'll step out. We'll come back as Will is very astute. We've got to go to commercial. There are people who've been on this show for 2 years who have no idea that we have to take commercial breaks. But Will, he's like, hey, there's something going on here. Let's make sure these guys stay on track. We'll come back. We'll talk more. Kings basketball might be worth getting back into that discussion. You talk about De'Aaron Fox, the performance that he had just last night alone, especially after that bad start that the Kings had in the first quarter. So we'll dive into that. Phone line's open for you as well. 916-909-1320 is D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Y'all get in here on these phone lines, man. Let's hang out today.
Let me hear what the people got to say.
Let's hang out. Oh, I forgot to ask him about Terrence. That tweet he put out last night. Man, they really rock these baggy looks again. I say that like this essential stuff is super baggy.
Yeah, but it's still it doesn't the what am I saying? The ankle, don't go over the shoe.
Yeah.
They still got the elastic.
Well, and that's the funny thing. It's cut. Looking at Will's setup is hysterical. Will is he really is just sitting on a TV tray. That's tremendous. I think she tagged you in it too.
Let me see.
Oh, how long was it? Oh, let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you. I will send that to those guys right now. Oh yeah, dude. I was thinking about it. I want to go see him.
Yeah, I need to go see him. I need to take the family to go see him.
Yeah. The killer. If we could get out of these Monday meetings, that'd be the best time to go because the show is the easiest to plan on a Monday. Like a Monday show is easy to plan, so I could, or at least for me, because it'll take me 35 minutes to get there.
Where's he at again?
I think he's in Midtown.
Okay.
Or downtown, like one of those,
Yeah.
and then spend some time with him, and then 35 minutes to get back. But if the show is locked, it's no concern. How do I load this damn commercial? I forgot how to do this.
With the TV trays. That's how you get it done. That's what I was doing it for a minute.
Shoot, do what works. That works.
Get it how you live. Now I didn't have the monopoly joint, but it's all good.
Well, that's a smart man. He's like, I gotta get this camera in the right spot.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Sorry, guys. I'm just sending out something for our team real quick.
Doing a little work too.
Your boys got some things cooking, man. More than one.
Moves being made out here, baby. Y'all come roll with us, man. Come along on the ride.
As Kenny was telling the higher ups last night, get on the rocket ship.
Get on the rocket, baby. Be out here.
Get on the rocket ship, baby. It's a rocket ship strapped to our back. Come on and take a ride.
No, that's
Soaring to the highest highs. I don't know why you find that so funny. It's such a bad impression.
That's the best, bro. That's the best.
At least I know how to make Kenny laugh. If I just need to make Kenny laugh, just
That's the best. Hey, look, you know who's the best right now on the Kings? No disrespect to anybody, but De'Aaron Fox doing what he do. 31 last night on 15 shots, 11 of 15 from the field, only 2 3-pointers made. The man was everywhere. You ain't never there. I just got a question. Why he do my boys like that?
Ooh.
You see what he did to my boy Cam Reddish?
Yeah.
I mean, that was nasty.
Yeah.
That was why he do that. He,
Well, hey.
coming through the like quick little
Yeah,
crossover, come back on
watch
the other
out.
side. Come on, man. That
And
was
by the
nasty.
way, he was fouled on that play too.
And
like,
one.
what are we doing?
And one.
Like, how was that missed? How was that missed?
There's no respect. There's no respect. And then, I talked about him a little bit yesterday. I like the young fella. Why he body up Keon like that?
Well, I mean, sometimes you got to do stuff like that.
Why
And
you
then
do him like that?
He gave him a little flex afterwards.
Drop the ball.
Hey, come on, man. Like, hey, this is where the big boys play. That's the Golden One Center now. This is where the big boys play.
They're gonna come out of the tunnel in like a futuristic door.
No.
Remember WCW
Oh God,
Saturday night?
WCW Saturday night. So bad. So bad.
Another question I have real quick as I'm looking at this. Why did NBC California turn the set around? I mean, it looks cool seeing Golden One Center, but you know what up with the people?
I think there was a reason for it.
People was getting crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
You got Bob from accounting in the stands.
Jesus Christ. I think there were also people getting a little too comfortable with who was up there.
Oh man.
I caught enough of the story to know.
Well, we got to turn that thing around.
Maybe someone was a little.
We got to turn that thing around. We can't have that.
A little too aggressive with our friend down south.
We can't have that.
Yeah, so
we can't have that. Dog.
Yeah, because she was doing the first game. I think that they turned it around.
Yeah,
and I remember her and Deuce talking like, "Is that better? Is it like it's certainly different?" And I remember like, "Oh, you did turn it around."
Yeah, and
then caught part of the story, and it's like, guys, what are we doing? Like we've got to be better. Be better than this.
Got to be better. You
be
can't have that at all. It does still look pretty cool though, like seeing Golden One Center in the background, and especially like the half times or right before the game when it's filled up. Like I could imagine, they'll have it for the playoffs. So I can imagine the first home game.
Oh yeah,
and they're doing the pre. I mean, I do believe, and I know people talking about putting the cart before the horse or whatever. I'm just saying I can dream.
Well,
don't kill my dreams.
Where else would the cart go? Well, I guess the cart goes.
Yeah, it's not supposed to go before the horse.
Well, make a motorized cart then. Let's just keep it moving. Help the horse out. Why does a horse have to do all the work?
But
these poor horses for granted, like
beating them,
let the horse take a load
dead
off.
horse and making them put the cart.
Yeah, we need to stop these analogies. Beating a dead horse. James kept saying it's going to be a dog fight. Like what? Why does everybody like? When did we become experts on dog fighting? I don't like this. Like let's stop these analogies. They need to end.
I watched the episode the other day of New York Undercover, and it was sitting around.
Where did you find that?
I think TV One.
Okay, that adds
up. It's a it was a really good show.
That was a great show.
I watched like 3 straight episodes, and like they were good.
They're just a great show.
Really good shows. Yeah. Until they brought the white guy in at the end. Remember him? And then Tommy was on there.
Season 2 of The Wire.
On here,
gotta lighten the show up.
But
no more Biggie appearances now. And there comes Kenny G at the R&B club. What was the name of that spot again? Natalie's. I was gonna say Eve's. That was in Compton. Natalie's.
Natalie's. But I think I remember the story about '96 when the people were standing ovation, full to capacity while they were warming up.
Mhm.
I think that's going to be recreated.
Oh, I think so too.
If it's a,
Oh,
it's
I
going to
think
be
so, too.
7:30 because we national TV on. If it's a
Oh, no,
7:30
it's going to
start,
be NBA TV.
no, because we're going to play Luka.
It's going to be the first game ever. It's going to be the first playoff game ever not nationally televised. It's like
They taking it back to the early 90s.
This is going to be the first playoff game tape delayed. Yeah, we'll air this after the X Games. Don't worry, it's just the Kings. We'll air this after the X Games.
ESPN
Kings have
News.
ended the season. The Kings have won 25 in a row to end the season. But we're going to put they're the 1 seed at this point. But yeah, we're going to put them on tape delay. You guys can catch them after indoor snowboarding.
I was thinking about that though.
Indoor snowboarding.
It sounds fire.
Jesse, trademark that. Just trademark that right now.
I think I'm pretty sure they already got it.
Probably is.
Yeah.
Probably is.
And it's an Olympic sport. I was thinking about that though. Like I know, getting way ahead.
I thought of it. No, I thought about that too. About that moment at the arena. Yeah, I think so too.
I gonna be there early. Remember that one game?
Doko's gonna be wild.
Remember that one game? Like it was like tough to get in early. It was like
a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like hella people out there like 6.
Yeah. Yep, I
Get
remember
there
that
early.
I remember
for
that
first
very well.
Playoff game.
Yeah, like very, very. Just when you think like, oh, honey, it might be a little too early to get there. No, we should have left an hour ago. Like we need to go now. Like it's going to be that type of atmosphere. I wouldn't be shocked if the arena's like, yo, we'll open the door 30 minutes earlier.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Because what is it, 90 minutes before? Hey, guys, we'll open the door 30 minutes earlier tonight.
Absolutely.
2 hours before.
You can see Damian styling profiling down there on the floor.
Yeah, because I do that alone. Yeah, that's right. I definitely do that alone. Like it wasn't, Kyle Draper didn't say, y'all look like you were on the BET red carpet.
That was a hell of a line by Trace.
But the fact is, Malik Monk co-signed my outfit, so you can't tell me nothing.
Can't tell him nothing.
You can't tell me. You can't. Now, my goal every game is can I get Malik Monk's attention again with what I'm wearing?
Well, I forgot, man. Forgive me. I forget my brother's name, but the one of the coaches, one of the skill development guys, the tall one, that looks like he could play now. That looks like if
Shane.
Yeah, Shane. If Sabonis gets in foul trouble. No disrespect to Metu or Kate or anybody. He could go in.
Yeah, Shane's the one who's pushing him around the whole first
Shane
half.
could go in.
Or the whole warm up. Yeah.
Shane gave us the cosign last time we was there too. He's like, look at the 2 best dressed guys in Sacramento.
That's our guy.
Shout out to my man Shane.
Yeah, that's our guy. No doubt. And when that stuff comes from them dudes, and man, Shane's like, yeah, he lives in Detroit. Like his wife and kids are there. Like I think that sometimes we don't think about that stuff with some of these like development coaches and these guys who trying to work their way up the ladder. Like he didn't move his whole family out here to Sacramento. Because I talked to him right before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I want to get home.
Yeah.
See my kids.
I couldn't imagine.
It's a long time. I mean, it's a long season. That's a long time to be. I'm sure they come out to see him. That's a long time to be away from your wife and kids. So it's tough.
Still not the same as them like seeing them every day. Like, I couldn't imagine. That's crazy.
Right. But
appreciate you, Shane.
Yeah, no doubt. Absolutely. I appreciate that whole team there, and appreciate Terrence Davis. I saw Terrence Davis on the drip walk last night.
Ooh,
TD, like Malik gets a lot of love, and rightfully so, for the way that TD. He's right there.
TD got it.
He right there.
He got it. Boy. He could be on League Fits too.
Oh yeah,
if they stop hating.
Yeah, if they stop hating on the whole franchise, like he could be on League Fits. De'Aaron looked really good during the All-Star break. De'Aaron has something. I think he had I think he was dressed like we were yesterday. I think he had the turtleneck and the long coat.
Yeah,
on for I don't know if one of the festivities, and I was like, yeah, that's fly. Yeah, De'Aaron looks good.
De'Aaron went to. I don't know if he might have went to my man Steve Jordan. You know, what I mean, he might have went to your guy because the waves was dipping at All-Star weekend like I hadn't seen in a while.
Yeah, he
cut was fresh. He was looking smooth.
Yeah, he looked good.
My boys look good. Domas was looking good.
He knew I'm taking pictures for the next 4 days. These waves are going to be on point as they've ever been.
He was dipping on them boys. Dipping on them boys last night too. They couldn't hold them.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We're live in visual form and free as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com ESPN 1320, talking about De'Aaron Fox yesterday. That slow first quarter that the team had. I thought they were really boosted by that Trey Lyles 3 at the end of the quarter. And then it was De'Aaron Fox time. And we've talked about that before. Like, I think we relish on fourth quarter Fox, and rightfully so, because that's money time, that's clutch time, that's winning time.
Yeah.
You need those quarters. You need to win those quarters. I think De'Aaron went into that second quarter knowing they're depleted. Like, they've got a very capable lineup to compete with us in street clothes. We can't do this. Let's refocus. Let's recenter. Fourth quarter, Fox emerged in the second quarter, and I think that's just and then strangely enough, again in the third, it's almost as if he has the capability of being good for an entire game. He has, I think he has such great recognition, and it's maturity on his part, and I really think more than anything else, it's confidence on his part to recognize, all right, I can't wait 2 more quarters. We can't let this game be in that position in the fourth quarter. Let me see what I can get going on the offensive end now. And he did that in the second quarter and came out after halftime and decided, just to ensure we're not in a bad position the final 12 minutes of the game, I'm going to control this third quarter as well.
This dude, like I talked about yesterday, man, he's ready. He's ready. He's ready to lead. I didn't think he was always ready to lead in his career. And when you look back on it, understandably so. It's like 22 years old. You know, some 22-year-olds can do it, like, and they're ready to lead and put teams on their back, understand the moment and all this other stuff, and they have it figured out. But it's not inconceivable that guys still have to grow into that type of role, that type of responsibility, understand the timing, understand the moment. And there was times in his career when he just wasn't ready to understand these type of moments. Talked about it yesterday. You saw it with kind of what you explained in that particular moment of the game yesterday. He's ready for all of this. He's ready for all of this, whether it's game to game, whether it's, you know, the bigger picture of trying to get them to the playoffs, final 25 games. He's ready for it. That was a great point by you, because he looked at it and, like a leader does, says, "Nah, let's stop all this now. Yeah, I'm fourth quarter Fox. Yeah, I might usually let my other guys get going and, you know, ease my way into it. That can't happen today because we're in a spot that we shouldn't be in. So let me turn up a little earlier than I need to, set the tone, get everything going."
Or earlier than I usually do.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
He's ready for this like no moment in his career up to this point. He is ready to put this franchise into a different stratosphere.
Chambo makes a great point here. De'Aaron went into that second quarter playing like someone who wanted to play 25 minutes. He's like, I do not want to play deep into the fourth quarter of this game. That's a great point by John. But again, it speaks to the leadership and recognition that De'Aaron has now. And we could talk about how much better the team is. And these to me are all, this is all a domino effect to me, because I'm not 100% sure how much better De'Aaron Fox is this year versus last year, as much as the team around him is a lot better. He has an extreme level of confidence in the team around him this year. And I could be wrong, but I believe that's elevated his confidence. And I think anytime you work in an environment, I know I feel this way. I got 3 great teammates here. That elevates my confidence in what I do every day. I can't imagine working with bums and feeling good about what I do. And I'm not trying to call them dudes who played on the Kings last year bums, but we know that team wasn't very good. I think De'Aaron was just as good last year as he is this year. He's just playing with a different level of confidence in himself, a different level of confidence in this team, and a different level of confidence in what they can accomplish together.
No, I agree with you 100%, man. And
thank you.
And one of the things that you just mentioned that I think adds to his confidence is the rest of this team. You know, they got one. Like, you hear these guys all the time. after a De'Aaron Fox performance. They get up to the podium and they talk about it. Sabonis, who a lot of us look at as, the best player on the team, or he makes everything go. I'm, once again, not here to argue that because I love Sabonis. That's not what this is about. But he'll tell you, this is his time.
Mm-hmm.
This is his time. This is De'Aaron's time. Terrence Davis, he's him. Malik, this is it. That locker room looks at him and looks to him as you're the guy. You're the guy that's going to bring us home. Whatever decision you make, to shoot it, to pass it, to defend, whatever, you're the guy.
Mm-hmm.
We believe in you. We're ready to ride with you.
Speaking of what this team can do, will do, is thinking about doing, one of the many reasons we love Terrence Davis. Listened to TD last night in the post game. And I think this is coming from our man Chris Peterman as well.
Walking on the court and knowing that you're in a position to do something that has been done in, almost 2 decades, that should light a fire in you. For me, it's honestly, man, I was on the All-Star break just thinking about it while I was, somewhere else. I was just thinking about it and, trying to put into perspective how important these last few games are. So this is definitely major. This is something, special for sure. We have, like I said, it's been almost 2 decades. So it's important, man. This is everything.
The return of our man Future right there, talking about the playoff drought and just acknowledging like I thought about it during the All-Star break. Like I'm thinking about it when we're out there on the floor. Like a lot of people, the politically correct answer, for lack of a better term, is, well, guys, we haven't been here for the last 16 years. It's almost like that's the senator answer. It's the political answer. Mm-hmm. This team hasn't been here. It's what Harrison Barnes would say. Like, we're aware of it. We haven't been here 16 years. Yeah. Like we have a drought of our own. Vivek has one. Mm-hmm. De'Aaron has one. Harrison has one. Rashawn has one. We want to put that to an end. The 16 years, that's we want to do something for the fan base. But to hear, I think Terrence's description is probably a more accurate representation of the way most players think and aren't talking about, because I believe a lot of them, they know the history of the team, but I think they also know what that moment will be like or they think about, none of us know what that moment is going to be like when they clinch. You talk about recreating 96 and it was the 18-minute ovation or whatever it was. That might happen at the end of a game. Yeah. Like that might happen if they clinched a playoff spot at the Golden One Center. Man. That ovation you're talking about could very well happen after a game ends.
Absolutely.
Like, and then again when the playoffs start.
we're gonna see if they can get this done, which I believe they will. We're gonna see some amazing things as far as amazing moments between this Kings crowd, this Kings fan base, and the players. And I love Terrence saying what he said. And James, when James comes in and he says the things he says of beware and they've got to be, I agree with it, James. Like I agree with it. I'm not as I don't know if paranoid is the right word, but I don't have as much angst maybe as James. I have more confidence in this team.
Pessimism.
I got more confidence in this team than he does. And James isn't alone. There's a lot of people that say the same thing. They're like, hey, we haven't seen it from this team, or it's a tough schedule. All that is true. Not disputing that. But I think people undervalue the motivation that these players have to change what has been going on here, to finish what's in front of them. I think they see it. I think they're motivated by it. I think they can taste it. You look at somebody like De'Aaron Fox. I think De'Aaron Fox wants this bad. He wants to finish this off bad. Domas, I'm just assuming here. I haven't talked to Domas. I think Domas wants to prove a little bit more than he lets on about everything that's been said about him getting traded to Sacramento, who he was traded for, what Sacramento losing the trade, all this other stuff. I think he wants He wants to prove, hey, I'm doing my Sabonis. Okay, I just got this team I helped get this team to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Malik Monk wants to come in here and do this, experience it with his best friend. Harrison Barnes wants to see this through. We heard Terrence Davis and how much it would mean for him to see this through. I think we underestimate how much of a motivator that is for these guys to stay focused, to stay engaged, and not slip up and meet the challenge of taking on the Clippers 2 or 3 more times, the Suns 2 more times, Dallas, and all this other stuff. They're not going to slip up. They're not going to slip up. And if they do, I'm going to tell you right now, it won't be because of lack of focus. It's just going to be because the other teams were better and they beat them. It's not because they didn't reach, the moment and weren't ready to go and overlook stuff. No, they're hungry. This group is hungry right now.
I couldn't agree more. And Mike's post All-Star game started to shift the conversation already. Yeah, these were 2 All-Star worthy players. Now they're all pro worthy players. That's how good both of them are. And Domas, correct me if I'm wrong. Have we mentioned that Domantas Sabonis had a triple-double last night?
Oh, man, this dude just threw up 18, 8, and 10.
Better yet, did we reference that Domantas Sabonis broke the Sacramento Kings record for triple-doubles in a single season?
We haven't.
Yeah, he did that. He's getting the Harrison Barnes treatment, who we'll get to in a minute. But did you peek at Harrison Barnes' numbers? We'll talk about that in just a couple of minutes. Domas had a triple-double last night.
Messed around and got a triple-double.
And he does it so regularly. Like we had the double watch earlier this year. I genuinely didn't believe that stat was going to end. I didn't. And
how many times has it not happened though since then? Is it twice?
It definitely happened. Well, there was that one. I don't know if it's happened. I don't even know if it happened twice. It probably happened one other time where I know he's had another points assist triple double though since it ended. I know he's had another one of those. Yeah, dude just went out there, got 18, and 10. Like if he played for Mike Malone, he'd be the greatest player. Like they'd be talking about him nonstop. Still got 18, and 10.
Come on, man. Come on. This team, that's what I'm saying, man. This team ready to go, man. They are ready.
Man,
to
go. It's a great call by Beam Supreme. I didn't even notice. Did he not commit a foul last night?
Look at that.
Wow, he really didn't. He did not commit a foul. Shout out to Beam Supreme and everybody else who referenced it. I didn't even catch that.
John Bull, 18, and 10 in 31 minutes. Usually he like 38 minutes. That in a typical minutes game for Domas, that might have been 22, 20, and 11.
Yeah. And them Joel numbers.
Yeah. Straight up.
It's incredible, man.
I'm so hyped for this team, man. I'm so hyped to see what they can do and how they can finish this off. Like I said, I fully believe this team is going to handle business and finish things off, and I'm anticipating it.
And it's gonna be tough tonight. So you're hyped for tonight's game. You think
I am.
tonight's
This
game's
is a good challenge for them. I want to see how they respond. There's going to be a lot of energy in the building.
1-1 right now, right? They lost the first one. Did they win the second? They won where everyone was out.
So I want to see how these guys respond. The Kings talking about, and it's going to be. Look, I know I'm giving up on the 3 seed I'm not giving up on it, man. I'm still looking at situations like this as you got an opportunity to go up 2.5 on the Clippers and give you a little bit more of a cushion and stay in that top 3. I mentioned it before. They're 2 games out of 2. Why not? Not to use Russell's term today, but why not? You got 2 All-Stars. Why not?
Well, tonight's game will go a long way in both of those things. By the way, they do have a fantastic shot at the 3rd seed or the 2nd seed. The whole point in that discussion was don't be overly concerned if they're not, because we expect the Clippers to be really good this final stretch, like above their win percentage good.
And let me clarify. I've said I expect the Clippers to overtake that and be a top 3 team or whatever the case may be, just because I think the Clippers are an NBA Finals team.
Right.
But can the Kings hold on? Yeah, they can.
Well,
Absolutely.
You brought up another point. I don't even remember if it was on the show or not, but who's to say that? Steven Adams. Yeah, talking about Steven. We were talking about Steven Adams.
Couple old fashioned.
No. Well, you know what? Let's regroup after that. We'll step out. We'll come back. Them smoky old fashions at Sky River were hitting hard last night. They were hitting hard. We'll come back. Get in on these phone lines, man. Talk with us. How you feel about last night's win, and how do you feel about tonight's game against the Los Angeles Clippers?
Do you think the Kings can hold on to the top 3 spot? We don't hear from people saying that they can hold on. If you think they can hold on, let me know. Let me know why.
Let it be known then.
Yeah. I used to have that drop.
916, you did. RIP to the drop board. 916-909-1320. Trysta Krick, top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham, top of the 3 o'clock hour. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, J-Dog Night. I don't know. Maybe I am dreaming. I'm just telling you what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you what it is. Like, they could do it. Did I tell you go to Tahoe and put money on it? No. John Pauls. Hey, kinfolk.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Setting up another game from my kids.
Another game?
Yeah. One last game for the season ends. This is for the school team. I coach the school team.
Okay.
School team.
Oh, shout out to Mighty Montana, who's pissing off some Memphis Grizzlies fans on IG. Well done.
Who? French Montana? Done. Who's doing that?
No, I don't believe that was French Montana. I believe it was Mighty Montana.
What's he doing?
There's I guess there's some post about raise your hand if you're fine in the West, and Mighty Montana responded, Grizzlies are 17-16 in the West. This boy Ja confused, and he's gotten a lot of replies to that. Mighty Montana doing the Lord's work. He's doing the Lord's work. Yes, indeed. My whole morning is messed up. I need to eat a piece of chocolate, man. Y'all got to forgive me. I actually brought my chocolate with me.
I'm about to say, I got some for you.
No.
I've been tempted to go back in this jar, but I told you guys I wasn't doing it until 2:45.
No. I brought my
It's Friday, Kenny. Just eat it.
Because your boy been up since 2 o'clock.
I should, Jesse. Really should.
Can't even plug my headsets in. Daggone, man. Yeah. I couldn't sleep, man. I couldn't sleep. That wind woke me up. Sprout was getting anxious. She woke me up. I got up and watched basketball.
Yeah, I was up till 1, and I still had like a bunch of things to do, and I was like, I'm gonna have to get up when Ryan gets up. Like, I need to go to sleep right now. She's gonna get up in like 2 hours. It wasn't 2 hours, it was 3. She got up at 4. And then I did get another hour of sleep, but then I had to finish all that stuff.
Oh,
Mm.
yeah, we all had a hell of a night's sleeping then. Jeez.
This boy Jock.
Yeah, Fred, that's a good point. Like that, like TD was really in tune with the fan base with that remark. I think he was really in tune with the fan base. I don't think you're alone in that at all.
This is something we never talked about. We never talk about. You think we'd be able to keep TD?
I can't figure out a reason why we couldn't.
Oh, the Kings didn't have money because he can't be that much.
Yeah, I don't know if I think he might get offered more than $4 million a year next year.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think.
I
don't think the rest of the league knows about him like that.
It was a $4 million deal. He was making $2 million a year.
No, I don't think he was making $2 million a year.
No,
I think he was making 4.
4 a year.
He's 4 year, 2 years, $8 million.
2 years, $8 million. Okay, yeah.
Mm.
Oh, they in here on these phones. I like it. I didn't get to read the Russell Wilson story. Did you get to read the Russell Wilson story this morning?
I didn't, man. I saw it on you talking about the one that was on the ESPN homepage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, and then I think it might have been I think the Athletic had like the wildest 13 months. Like, whoa, wait a minute, what? And I saw Russ already responded to it. I was like, wait, slow down. I have not caught up on all of this. The hell is going on? 9-1, but it looked interesting. I want to dive into that a little bit this weekend. 916-909. 1320. Let's get to these phone lines. Remember, Trysta Krick, top of the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham, top of the 3 o'clock hour. And Steve, top of the phone calls right now. Steve, what's happening, my man?
Hey, D-Lo. Hey, KC. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you, Steve.
Well, I love your show. I'm a massive Kings fan since '85, and I'm a little worried. I'm looking at us in 3rd place, and I'm looking at our upcoming – we have 24 games left. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at who we're playing and how many times. And last night I thought we might be favored in 9 of these games. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, shoot. And I was at the game where we lost to Charlotte. They didn't even have like LaMelo. Yeah. I was at the game where we lost to Atlanta. And I'm just not – I love these guys. I'm not that confident in these matchups coming up that we're going to be sailing into the playoffs. I worry even about teams like the Lakers and Oklahoma City sneaking into the top 10, and we're maybe not even in the playoff. I want you guys to make me feel more confident. Also, TD didn't start getting this playing time until Monk got hurt. I worry about Mike Brown sometimes. I love him, but not always judging what he's got on the bench. I think Terrence Davis is maybe our 6th best player.
Steve, first of all, based on this call alone, you worry too much. Steve's worried about everything with the Kings. Like, but I get it. Like, I get it. We love Terrence Davis. Malik has a energy about him that I think is so vital. Like, Terrence was fantastic last night, but so was Malik. Yeah. They were both really good. And the great thing about Terrence is he was like that team. They just look like crap. And then Terrence went in there and he was like, all right, I'll do it. I think he got a couple buckets, an offensive foul, another bucket, a turnover. He was like, I'm going to do it all on both ends. And then once he kind of settled down, and it was funny hearing, we played that clip of him talking about, what he was thinking about during All-Star break and all of that. He had that energy. Mm-hmm. He had that energy, the importance of these final 25 games with him. The second he stepped on the floor, when that energy settled down, mm-hmm. the shots kept falling and the turnovers stopped.
Yeah.
We always want to see more Terrence Davis. I think Malik Monk is the sixth man for this team. I think he's really, really vital to what they do. But Terrence is right up there next to him.
Absolutely. And I look at those two as, man, 1-2 punch off the bench. You know, we don't typically see that, but maybe I'm romanticizing. I don't think so, but it feels like when we do see that, we get some good moments. We get some explosive moments from those two coming off the bench and being able to provide a spark or an offensive punch and some energy coming off the bench. I like to see those two more as a bit of a 1-2 punch coming off the bench.
And Steve said, "Yeah, I need you guys to make me feel better." Well, here's what I could tell you, Steve. This team is 33-25. Okay, and I know Steve brought up the Atlanta game. He brought up the Charlotte game. We talk endlessly about the disaster that was the Washington game. Those 33 wins they have didn't come against the Rockets.
Right.
Some of them did, not all of them.
Right.
Like, they've beaten good teams along the way. They beat Portland with a bunch of guys out. Okay, that's not the Kings' fault. Be confident in this team's ability to respond to challenges. Be confident in the fact that this team hasn't had a prolonged losing streak. Be confident in that the longest losing streak of the season took place the first 4 games of the season. And they've barely sniffed anything remotely close to that since then. Be confident in what you've seen, because I don't think that I get being concerned, but the confidence should come from in the fact that this team has the ability to hit shots as good, if not better, than any other team in the league. And as consistently as other teams in the league.
The thing that I continue to say with this team is they haven't done anything to make people believe that you shouldn't trust them.
Yeah.
They haven't done anything like that yet. If they,
That's right.
Go on some type of losing streak right now, then you'd be like, oh man, now I don't know if they can get back. Fine. But up until now, they've only answered the bell every single time.
Yeah.
Even you look at, like, in a macro version, you look at starting off 0-4. Man, we got to get a win now, because it can't be 0-5, 0-6.
Jobs were on the line, if I remember correctly.
Jobs were on the
I don't know if you're old enough to remember that, but
so they answered that bell.
Yeah.
Like, we got to stop this now. We got to get some wins right now. And they handled that. And I just think this is a team that they've been ready to go for the majority of the season. And I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be ready to go for now the final 24 games of the season. Countdown has begun.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's a magic number for the Kings. Like, I know Will Z did, everybody to eliminate everybody, but the Kings by themselves, no matter who wins or loses or nothing like that, they got magic number. I think it's 19 to be in the postseason, 21 to be in the top 6.
I'm going to be honest. I don't understand how the magic number works when you're not factoring in the other teams. I understood Will's, because Will's was specific. Like, so the Kings magic, it's a combination of wins and what?
So it's tough. Like that, what I saw, that's tough to do with so many teams.
Oh.
Usually the magic number, at least for me, is easier for me when there's just one team to worry about. Right. Because then you can just kind of focus on their wins and losses and your wins and losses. But when there's 7 teams, that's a little tough.
Stacy told me I wouldn't have to do math here. I confirmed.
Well, we got one off of our magic number and one off of Portland's last night.
All I remember Will saying was it's near impossible with the remaining games for Portland to catch Sacramento. And it's near impossible to not be overjoyed when Big Al joins us. Hey. Big Al, what's happening, man?
Give it some time, my man. Hey, let Steve relax. Listen, you did beat my Lakers. Now, admittedly, that was a little while ago, but they had their guys. Well, they had their guys except for that one guy, that RW, who matches up with your other RW comment you just made a little while ago, because they're both of the same ilk. I'll use that word, ilk, because that's who they is. That's who they is. KC, you feeling me on this?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't try to get him to side with you. He's not feeling you. I can answer for him, Big Al. He's not.
Okay, well, we'll see.
You heard him.
KC, I haven't seen you, but I know you're a stout man, a big man. I don't know if I'm going to buy you any damn donuts. We need to go double or nothing if the Kings do play the Lakers in the playoffs, and I'll just give you hard, cold cash.
Big Al, what we talking about? What we talking about that for?
Lakers ain't making the playoffs.
I'm going to get you a lean, mean fighting machine. Again, I haven't seen who you are. I mean, I don't care. Listen. I'm doing keto for 3 months now. I'm 5 pounds from my basketball playing weight. I dropped almost 30.
What year were you playing basketball, Al?
That was way back. That was way back machine. That was in the mid-70s, my man.
You have a George Mikan jersey?
No, but I got rid of them pounds, so I feel
Hey,
good.
that's all that matters.
Hey, look, Big Al, I appreciate it, but I want Marie's Donuts. All right. My answer to eating Marie's Donuts is I got to work out more.
Yeah.
It's not cut it out completely.
Kenny,
can't do that.
Kenny doesn't work out to get in shape. Kenny works out so he can eat more and just not gain weight, which there ain't nothing wrong with that. We still got TC on the line, 916-909-1320.
Hello?
It's an all-star lineup. We're just missing Ramsey at this point.
know.
Ramsey, get in here. TC, what's happening? Hello, TC.
TC just said hello.
Yeah, like, what the hell with you then, TC? Let's get J-Dub in here. J-Dub, what's happening, man?
What's up, man? You know, enjoying this beautiful, lovely San Diego weather you guys have up here that I'm from. Anyway, what's up with the Claw? Who's going to hold them down tonight? How the Kings going to stop the Clippers, man? I like the matchup. It's a good game. Anyway,
who are you worried about? The Kings stopping, or who was it?
He said the Claw.
Oh, the Claw.
I have an easy. I got an easy answer for you, J-Dub. The answer is no one.
It ain't happening.
Yeah, that's not happening.
No, the Claw doing what he do.
We got De'Aaron on Russ, and we'll I guess HB. I don't know, man. That's going to be a group effort.
Yeah, the Claw doing help. Hey, I got your help. I
think the Claw is going to be the one to slow down the Claw tonight. Like, that's the only way that I see that. Like Kawhi, we talked about Dame yesterday. Kawhi is on a tear. By the way, just for those who might be wondering, the Kings are in Los Angeles.
Yeah, not in San Diego.
No. What I meant is the Kings left last night before the wind started blowing 4 billion miles an hour and knocking fences and of course it's trash day and like there's garbage cans all over.
Friday too.
Yeah. And me, like I'm out at 6 and 7 in the morning, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna pick up my neighbor's trash can because it's
for that one. It was howling.
Yeah, it was not pleasant, but Sprout doesn't care. Sprout doesn't care, and it's just water.
Damn walk.
Otherwise, it's either like take her for a walk, you get wet, like it's rain, whatever, or just be stared at for the next 2 hours. Like she'll just like look. She'll lay 5 feet from you and just look at you directly in your face, like, "Yo, what are we doing?" And so it's just like, let's just do the walk right now.
But yeah, they made it.
Yeah, they're there. So the thing is, the Kings are in fact there. There won't be any travel issues that Portland dealt with yesterday. They are in Los Angeles. Maybe Kawhi will have difficulties getting to the game.
Maybe
LA traffic. I mean, it's possible.
It is possible. It's something nasty. Although you get used to it.
So apologies to Steve, who just asked us to talk him off the ledge. There's a lot of things I'm confident in when it comes to the Sacramento Kings team. Stopping Kawhi Leonard's not very high on that list.
No. And Paul George, isn't Paul George like a Kings killer?
Well, he had 40 and some. I don't know if it was 40 or 40 and some change in the first
40,
game.
I think, in the first game.
You could argue Paul George single-handedly beat Sacramento in that game.
Mm-hmm. And they missed a bunch of free throws. Kings did.
Well, so Paul George and the Kings collectively beat the Kings in that game. That's right. That was that. Was it 50% or it was an absurd number.
I think they missed like 15 free throws or something like that.
Yeah, it was bad.
But I am anxious to see what happens tonight. Very anxious.
I think TC's back.
TC back.
TC, what you doing, man?
Man, what's up with my two brothers?
What, yo, like, are you new? TC, what you doing?
Nah,
No, what's up, man?
What up, TC?
Hey, I'm so fired up about the Kings. I don't know what to do.
That's all right.
Are you confident in these final 24 games?
You damn right I am. I'm more than confident. Yeah, I'm more than confident. It's two things that I'm confident that made me confident. Well, not really made me confident, but just it said it all. One was TD when they had him at the interview last night when he said, "Man, you know what? When we step on that court, we all know what's going on in these 25 games. It means a lot." So everybody on that team is locked in, even Uncle Vivek, Monty McNair, bro, everybody's locked in. And then what Mike Brown said at his press conference, he said, "You know what? Look, this is on y'all. I can't save y'all." He said, "When we in a 7-game series, I'm gonna run out of timeouts. Y'all gonna have to learn how to fix this." And I see the team growing, bro. As we win and get better, the team is growing, bro. I don't know, man. It's just we're there. We're back.
Let's go.
Hey,
that sounded like Stringer.
Let's get a bro count from the that's always a fun bit. The Chatty House does a bro count.
They got it?
Yeah, that we'll get an update because he had a couple late bros in there. So we'll get the bro count from the Chatty House here in a minute. But TC confident. I like it. Ross, how you feeling about this Kings team?
Yo, I'm feeling good, man. There's a lot of reasons to be positive about this team. I think number one,
yeah, it's because we fired you last year. That's why.
Number one, you guys hired a real coach.
Now Ross is just talking bad about himself.
Sorry, Luke. That was uncalled for. That was unnecessary. Go ahead, Ross. My apologies.
I mean, Domas, man, so honestly, his last even like 10 games, he hasn't even been himself, and he's still putting up triple doubles. Like, this guy can be better than what he is right now. And if you look at his numbers, this is his 5th year doing this. Like, Domas is who he is, and he's our rock. Like, go look at his numbers from the last 5 years. This isn't the first year he's done this. Like, he's going to hold us down. And this team isn't what we've seen. Like, we saw on the 7-game win streak, this team was fearless on offense. And the last 20, 30 games feels like they've just been scrapping. Like, haven't been playing their best ball, but finding a way to win. And when they start, like last night, they went on that like 17-2 run. When this team gets good, they're going to start knocking people out with 2 of those runs per game. And then, once that full potential hits, man, our offense is going to be crazy, but feeling good.
I'm with
Love
that,
it.
Ross.
Love it, Ross.
Ross
Walton.
Yeah, he must be proud to see, Domas. Well, he wasn't here for Domas, but here, De'Aaron and Harrison,
and let's be honest, Luke's got a pretty good team he's got to worry about right now, too.
He does.
Illustar says Ross is going to have to watch the film. John Bull says Ross has to always call in the day after game so he can check the tapes. Everyone's
they did my boy Luke dirty, man, talking about watch the film.
Well,
like, don't nobody else watch film.
No, but that's not the point. No, there's nothing wrong with Luke watching film. It was his constant reference to it anytime he was asked the question about what went on in the game. He seemed to never know until he saw the tape. It's like he wasn't watching live. Like, he missed it. And he's got to go back and see it again.
You guys are, all my people are smarter than this.
No, you can't say it every game. And that's what he did. Only the bad ones. By the way, that was the other part of the thing. He only had to check the tape after something bad happened. He knew exactly why De'Aaron went for 30.
Yeah.
He knew exactly how they got a key defensive stop at the end of the game. But damn, if they gave up 3 consecutive threes and 3 turnovers, I got to go back and I don't know what happened.
He knew. He wasn't going to say it. He wasn't going to say, we gave up 3 consecutive threes because Buddy Hield stinks.
Maybe he should have.
Well, maybe he should have. Okay.
I'm
not going to argue that. Maybe he should have.
Only thing better than Luke Walton slander is Buddy Hield slander. TC mentioned Coach Mike Brown last night. Here's Coach.
Like, we ask you a lot of questions about Fox and Domas throughout the season, but given they set those marks that you mentioned, Fox with the 5 straight 30-point games and Domas with the 7 triple doubles, just what do those marks mean to you? I know you're not going to reflect on the season right now, but what do they mean to you? And is there anything else behind the scenes about what those guys do that stands out that you haven't already elaborated to us?
No, they're huge. They're huge from the standpoint that we're sitting in 3rd place in a really tough Western Conference. And for those guys to break franchise records like they're breaking just proves that much more that they deserve to be all-stars. Deserve to be mentioned with the upper echelon players in the league, whether it's first, second, third team All-NBA. They have to continue getting recognition because of where we are as a team, and breaking franchise records like historically while we're sitting in third place again proves how valuable they are to what we're trying to accomplish as a group this year. So, those things we don't take lightly. And I hope not just the fans and the media here in Sacramento, but I hope people around the league and across the country that are NBA fans don't take those things lightly, because they should mean something when a team is winning at the level that that we are right now.
Talk to him, Coach.
Reminds me of that old Keenan Ivory Wayne's line. Message. That was a message from Mike Brown right there.
Talk to him, Coach.
Like, y'all need to pay attention to
Talk
what
to
these
him.
guys are doing, because I'm not talking to the fans of the Sacramento Kings. I'm talking to y'all who write about this league and continuously ignore what these guys are doing and what this team is doing.
But you know what, man? We're going to stay on the head. We're going to stay saying, hey, you guys need to be better. But I know I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying watching them. I watch the Kings. I recognize what they do every time. I'm enjoying it. I know you enjoy it.
I do.
So
I do, but I can't lie and say that it doesn't frustrate me that they don't get more recognition.
Oh, for sure.
Because I think we take what we do as goofy as it can be sometimes. We do take what we do seriously. And I think we take like the work that goes into what we do seriously. And stop me if this conversation sounds familiar. I'm not sure that other people who do this do. I'm not sure that other people who cover this league do. You get glued to the same recycled storylines. Like, why are you talking about the Los Angeles Lakers right now? LeBron got the record. And if they win 3 more, a couple other things go. I get it. You start talking about them because you start seeing a shift in the standings. Like, I get that. They're like 3 games back from the play-in. Like, they ain't even in the conversation right now, but they're the focal point of everything. I get to a certain degree why you're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Like, because they're a sneeze away from falling out of this thing. And that was bad last night for them. Like, real bad. Michael Jackson. And get off of those same storylines.
Yeah.
Y'all still going to talk about the Brooklyn Nets now that KD's gone? Because that team looks legit to me. But y'all are out on it because Kevin Durant's gone. Because your little news cycle, Kyrie Irving, is gone. You're glued more to Kyrie because you're hoping he does something stupid than wondering if the Mavericks are going to succeed. Like, they're just waiting to pounce on these things going wrong rather than like, yo, this is a dope story in Sacramento. Look at what they've done this year. Not through 20 games or 40 games. Look what they've done through damn near 60 games at this point. We're at 58. 58 games into the season and still can't get y'all to. We're out of the All-Star game where 4 guys represented over the weekend. Still can't get y'all to pay attention to what they're doing. That was a message from Mike Brown to look at our squad and look at what we're doing.
It's embarrassing. Like I said, if they champion themselves as we cover the league, they know you don't. You don't cover the league. You cover about 7 teams. That's all you do.
You're the TMZ of the NBA. That's what you do. Cover the 30-mile zone and you keep it moving.
That's it. And I just sit there and I agree with you where these guys deserve the recognition for the work they put in and what they've accomplished. But I say it all the time. It takes nothing. If you ain't got nothing else to do, like a lot of these people don't have 4-hour radio shows to do. Like, you have 30 minutes in a day to put your ear to the street. If I can do it, you can do it and get an accurate assessment of what's going on in a different place. But
you too can have your ear to the street by downloading the Odyssey app now, available whatever smartphone.
Well, I also be calling people too. I know people in these cities.
Oh, you really be having your ear to the street.
But when I can't get them on the line, yeah, tap into the Odyssey app.
My man Kirk says regarding the Lakers, they're 1.5 out. LOL. Kirk, they're the 13th place team in the league. The Los Angeles Lakers are 4 games below 500.
That ain't trash, man.
And you're telling me that's worthy of national media coverage? Kirk, no. I should put you on one of those old Kenny Caraway timeouts.
Right.
Kenny Caraway timeouts.
Put him on his own timeout.
But the old Kenny Caraway timeout was when you accidentally blocked him. Shout out Victor. If someone could find Victor, we found him. Like, Victor, you're welcome back anytime.
Man, on, man.
It took me an hour, but I found you, Victor, man. Come on back. Come hang out with us. Trysta Krick's gonna hang out with us at the top of the hour when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Maybe Trysta can answer why they talk about the Lakers so much. Bonte Hill, my main man, tweeted out something last night. The next 10 games for the Dubs: Houston, Minnesota, Portland, Clippers, Pelicans, Lakers, OKC, Memphis, Milwaukee, Phoenix. I see two wins.
For the Kings fans that are nervous, are they nervous because they think they're going to fall out of top 6, or they won't be the 3 seed?
They think they'll fall out of top 6.
See, I don't see that. The only teams I could see catching are the Suns and the Clippers. Everyone else is who they are.
Yeah.
And the Mavs are just as good. They're the same as the Kings.
The Mavs, even if you said the Mavs caught them, they're still 6.
Yeah, but
to fall out, you need the Pelicans and the Timberwolves.
Yeah, nobody in the play. I'll guarantee nobody in the play is catching the Kings.
I don't think so either.
I would put money on it. The Kings make top 6.
I'm with you 100%. Let me see this. I'll play the damn clip. I wonder what this is going to do for the game, though. This is pretty interesting. Have you seen that? It's just a clip. I'm sure there's 1,000 clips, but I'll tweet it out. The pitch clock. You seen that?
I saw they call a strike on Manny Machado for something like that.
Yeah. Well, nothing spectacular happened. It was just guy made a pitch, gave the ball back to the catcher. Catcher gave it to the pitcher. Batter gets back in the box, and then you see it's almost like a shot clock situation, the pitch clock. And this clip took 20 seconds. They got 2 pitches in 20 seconds. I wonder how this is going to work out.
I don't know. Baseball's issues were beyond the pitchers taking forever.
But it will, like, one of the issues is the game just drags on for some people. And this is moving. 2 pitches in, bang, 20 seconds officially. 2 pitches in 20 seconds. Not bad. They really are, Kyle. These dudes going to need some cardio.
Damien's probably out on the couch out there taking a nap right now.
He made it back. Jesse thought she might have just passed out somewhere.
Is it time already? Are we back?
No.
Oh.
No. I was just talking about, on the Twitter, I came across a baseball gameplay. The pitch clock is going underway. They got 2 pitches in 20 seconds. It is it is kind of jarring. I don't know if jarring, that might be a little drastic, but you notice it. You notice how fast things are moving.
That's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Leave it up to Ramsey. That's on brand. Trysta Krick set to join us here at the top of the 1 o'clock hour.
I'm having a Pookie moment.
You good?
I'm having a Pookie moment.
What happened?
I got a Kit Kat.
Oh,
I was like, no.
Okay.
Why do you even have the bowl next to you?
Yeah, why can't, do you want me to remove it? You want me to go give it to Kim?
I could have moved the bowl.
I'll go. You want me to go give the bowl to Kimberly?
No, there's no need for that.
Are you sure?
No, I'm positive. It's okay.
Kim!
It's okay.
Hey, I'll see if I can
no.
flag her down.
It's fine. The bowl can stay right here.
Okay.
Not ready for
She's
that.
not paying. Look, I'm sitting here flailing my arms like I'm landing a plane. I can literally get no one's attention. No, I think someone, they just think we're insane. Yeah.
They're just gonna walk in here like, oh, do you guys need something?
Like, see, look, see, I'm gonna help you out. Kimberly's coming. No, Kimberly, can you help us out? That bowl is too tempting to KC. Can you take it out? Like,
no, there's no. I didn't. It was here. It was just sitting here.
He's.
No, I didn't bring it in. But let me get
bro, you're defeating the whole purpose.
All right.
What are you doing?
You can take the bowl now. Oh, she must have even. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Kim. It was.
Well,
here.
you could.
Somebody set me up. It was here sitting. Why would they put it right next to my mic?
You can say hi to the 350 people watching. Like they just. No, we're on the radio. Yeah, that's Kimberly. She runs the show here. She does. She runs the show here. How many pieces of candy did you take out? There was literally no purpose in that.
This is no big deal. These are bite size. Like this.
Kenny's got hella wrappers in his pockets right now.
This will be like having one Kit Kat. It's a little bite size thing.
Kenny's gonna empty his pockets, be like 20 wrappers that fall out.
I love that Kimberly blamed you too. Why'd you bring the whole bowl in here? Amazing. Well, let's shift the conversation here for a minute. 916-909-1320. Hi, Ramsey.
What's up, gentlemen? I gotta ask this question outside of the Kings, and I know especially Kenny has been following it. Where do we go? What's the take on Brandon Miller from Alabama?
Whoa, wow. Well, Ramsey, to your defense, we joke. We have been planning to talk about this for like 3 days.
Yeah, we did.
It just hasn't.
Well, it was kind of hard not to. He scored 41 in like a marquee game the other night against South Carolina.
You want to go first, or you want me to go first?
Here, I'll start with this. Announcers don't need to pontificate on this. You tune in, you address it. Most people know what's going on at this point, especially if you're tuning in to watch Alabama play. You probably know what's going on with Brandon Miller. You reference it. You reference what you know. You reference the university president. They say they have worked with the police force, and they have determined that Brandon Miller is eligible to play. You leave it there, because once you start, and God bless these dudes, like they're in an avenue that like they're not used to being in, and you start to try to pontificate on some of this stuff, and it's like I'll just use the example of Seth Greenberg. Like, Seth, like, stop. Like, don't do, like, you can't win right now. Stop it. And everyone is going to have their feelings no matter what you say about whether Brandon Miller should be playing or not. And nothing you're going to say right now is going to help. It's not going to help him. It's not going to help you. It's not going to make the university look better. You state what's going on, and you have to fall back. It sucks for those guys who are just trying to call a college basketball game. But that's all you can do in that moment, because there's nothing you can say in this situation that's right.
This is a trip, man, because it's like one part of me says, just reading the story, from what I know of the story, I don't know if maybe I'm missing some parts or what. I'm not sure. Just on the bare facts that I've read, at the very least, he shouldn't be playing basketball right now. But I'll say this, but what do you do if he's not in any legal trouble. He's been cleared legally by the officials, in that city, by the administration, whatever. Like, it is tough. It is tough. And then I got questions on how he was cleared, but
well, that's probably a whole other discussion that just isn't worth having on this show. Because we don't live in that world. We don't live in a small college town world. But stuff being brushed under the rug, because if you tell the whole story, if you want to keep this whole thing in complete context, Alabama doesn't suck. Alabama was the number 1 team in the country the day before last. They're a Final Four contender. They're a national championship contender.
They were just number 1 team in the nation.
If they're 0-28, this conversation could be very different. But they're not. And it's naive to think that that's not part of the story that's going on down there. Given what we know and the little bit that we know. A gun, his, murder shortly thereafter. Hey, pal, you're going to have to sit this one out.
Yeah.
And it's there's a point and a counterpoint to everything. Like your point. Yeah. Okay, what if he's not in any legal trouble? It's fine. He had a gun. He didn't use it. It was used in a murder.
It's the murder weapon.
He's a lottery. He's a potential lottery pick. How do you you could potentially destroy his future? Very fair point. Why was he driving around with a gun? And then when you dig deeper into the story, you find out that's what happened. He had it. Whether he was bringing it for a specific purpose or just bringing it for the purpose of having it, he had it. Those are things that general managers of franchises need to know.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's already put his lottery status in a little bit of danger. Though the flip side of that is, if you go read what some other general managers are saying, perhaps he hasn't.
Right.
And that's
crazy in itself.
It's the, I'll constantly repeat it because it's never not true. Amy Trask always says, if Hannibal Lecter could guard your quarterback, the general managers would tell you he has an eating disorder. And that's it.
Yeah.
If they you can rationalize anything if you're a good enough of a player. And from a basketball player perspective, Brandon Miller's a good ball player.
Yeah. He had a big night the other night too.
In the midst of all of this, he hits the shot that sends it to overtime. He hits the shot that wins it, and I think that was his 41st point of the game.
Yeah, 41 on the night. I mean, it like I said, it's a interesting situation, and I am very conscious and aware of just because like this is this young man's life. Like it could be, it could be ruined, but then people lost their lives too. I want to be sensitive to that. I just look at it as, like I said, everything that I read, at the very least, he shouldn't be playing right now.
Yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah. Thanks, Ramsey.
Yeah, thanks. Shout out to Ramsey.
We were talking about candy. And all kidding aside, we knew Ramsey was on the phone and we knew what he wanted to talk about, so it's not like
he came out of nowhere with it, but full disclosure, we had been planning
like
to talk
3
about
days ago.
Yeah. We
were busy arguing about the All-Star game in Tiger Woods, exactly, and we never got to it. Yeah, we never got to it.
Hey, you said you have some reading to do over the weekend. I gotta check into this too. Did you see one of the tidbits from it? I literally
the Russell
just
Wilson story.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of the tidbits. Which one are you referring to?
That he pushed for Pete Carroll to be fired?
Yes.
Damn.
And so that's the one that he responded to, that he said that's not true. Pete, I don't know why this is making me chuckle. It's not funny. Pete Carroll is a father figure to me. Russell Wilson can't do anything in my mind that's not cheesy. Like he could absolutely mean that, and he could have the greatest relationship with Pete Carroll ever in history, which that doesn't line up, by the way, at all. But just hearing him you're corny, dude. Stop. Stop it. Yo, what is happening here? Hang on.
She
Let
at
me.
this, is
Yo,
she getting a
what
pedicure?
is happening right
It looks like she
now?
might be getting a pedicure.
Yo, TK.
I'm at my family's house. We're gonna go to dinner in a sec.
What
okay.
are you in the royal kingdom of
She
Zamunda?
looking
Like,
fresh, though.
where
She
are
looking
you?
fresh.
Everything around Trysta is gold. It looks like she's sitting in a throne.
I wish.
No.
No,
Yeah.
I'm at the I'm in the living room of the house that I just got to, and then we're gonna go to dinner, and then we're gonna go and see an improv show. So it's gonna be great.
I can't lie. You look pretty fly right now. This
Thank you.
feels
No,
like
she look big time.
this feels
Thank
like a 28-minute thirst trap. Like like Trista's looking fly right now with the lock necklace on
Yeah,
and the low cut.
She doing that. She doing that with the necklace. I like she got the choker, but then she got the other one that kind of hangs a little bit. Like,
Clavicle's out. Clavicle's out.
What's up, homie?
What's up, guys? What you guys been doing, talking about today?
Talking about how great De'Aaron Fox is.
Yeah, he's so good.
He's sick.
He's so good.
We were talking about this earlier, and Trysta day one. She with us. She family. So this doesn't go to Trysta Krick because she's doing God's work out here, but she is quote unquote national media.
Yes.
Maybe she can talk about the rest of her peers. Why does national media not show the Kings, De'Aaron Fox specifically, and Domantas Sabonis the love we feel they deserve?
One, I think 65% of the national media lives on the East Coast, and they have to go to sleep at some point, right?
They need to be called out.
We need to have some re-shifting of the powers. I know that if I was to do NBA specifically, I'd move out to the West Coast because it's hard. And thankfully I already do an evening show. And although I don't particularly love the schedule and the sleep schedule that I'm on, it does help me feel comfortable being like, all right, well, I'll just watch this Kings game or this Lakers game and stay up till 1:30, get these tweets off, crack these jokes, and then sleep in till 10 and not feel like a bum. Like I legitimately sleep in till 9:30 to 10:30, sometimes even 11 a.m. Because why? Because I was in bed at 2 a.m. still scrolling, still talking about the beam, still talking to y'all, getting into the chatter. And if you have a real
And answer the FaceTime call though.
yes. Had a flight the next day though. Had a flight the next day.
I was about to say, I thought she was probably jumping off of a
flaming table.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
A hot wing or something in her hand.
Exactly. So I was like trying to figure that out. No, so if I had a show at 9 a.m. where I had to be on ESPN daily at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you get enough of these West Coast games and you're like, I think I got a pretty good handle on what's happening in Sacramento. They're pretty good. That's all I'll say.
But two things. Number one, not you. I'm speaking about like if you were this facetious person.
Yeah.
You don't have a good handle on what's going on. You're wrong. And then number two, you do it. Like you stay up, you get the job done. Why can't Joe Blow on the other? Why can't he do it?
Because I work at 7. My show starts at 7 p.m. My show doesn't start at 9 a.m. Right?
There's people that ain't got no shows.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They
They have
have
no
show,
shows.
and they still don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they have. I don't know why. I think it has to do with sleep. I think that's the number one reason. And I think it's really hard to change. I was actually talking to Spike Eskin, the program director for the Fan 2 days ago, and this came up, but I think it holds true in this conversation too, which is it's just really hard to change your brand once people get it set of what it is, right? And the brand for some teams, the Kings being one, is kind of that lazy take that my co-host gave that I burned him up for prior to the season starting, where the Kings have a reputation of being this way and that you shouldn't trust that they will ever do anything of note or of excellence or even mediocrity. And so, we can just ignore them. Doesn't matter what pieces they have. Of course, the decisions that they make, trading Tyrese Halliburton, of course, we'll just immediately say it was a bad deal for the Kings. Why? Because it's the Kings. That's why. And so when you have a standard or a lack thereof that has been set across the board for a certain period of time, and this is the Kings brand for the last 15, 20 years or whatever it's been, then you can just go on your way and mostly you'll be right. And now you are looking like an idiot because things have changed and you haven't spent any time figuring out what this new brand is.
I have really good news for them, though. But once this technology catches up with the rest of the world, like Trysta's, cohorts in the national media, like they'll be better off. Like, because Kenny and I had a meeting last night that went like 6 hours. We did not see the Sacramento Kings play live. We didn't see the Lakers and the Warriors play live. But because I have this like advanced technology, I was able to watch the game in the midst of this rain and windstorm when I couldn't sleep. I woke up at 3 a.m. and just watched the Kings play basketball. I was up so damn early, I was able to watch the Lakers destroy our Dubs last night.
Our Dubs are in trouble.
And yeah, so I was going to get to that. But once that technology catches up with the national media, they'll be in good shape.
It's still being worked out. The Kings are still being worked out, I guess.
It's new. It's brand. It's pretty much exclusive to like the three of us. Like no one else has this
no one knows about
live television
games.
later. They don't know about that stuff.
Condensed games, DVR, whatever. Once the game
YouTube
is
ain't
over,
ain't got to the East Coast yet.
Not
They
yet.
have like 10-minute games on there. And you can watch the game in 10 minutes.
I don't think you can get much from that. But if that's like, if you watch a lot of games, the condensed fills in like the every fourth game that you miss, right? Like you can't just live off of condensed games. Condensed games are like potato chips. Like you can have potato chips if you're real hungry and you're sick and you normally have like a good diet like Damien, or you eat broccoli and greens and then you eat the bag of chips, but you can't subsist off of chips, right?
No,
Like,
you're
I
right.
love that you said broccoli and greens. Like I'm eating both of them, like broccoli and greens.
Now, I think they all got all these people that be talking about the NBA, they're not watching it. They got the league pass. So with the league pass, you get the all possessions recap. That's only 30 minutes.
yeah, I don't actually know if these people love the game as much as us, right? And I
Now
can't
we get
speak
to the crux of it.
Yeah, I can't speak to it, but I think the league is as exciting as it's been in a long time. Whether you can say anything, we got problems over here. It's discussing
Oh,
no.
my.
So
the
we
mix.
got
Stop
we
it.
got a dog in the mix here. She's got a fresh haircut and she's feeling real spicy. So I'm not sure. I think that the league is as exciting as it's been in a long time. Like I was talking to Michael Scotto today at 2. We had an interview and I said, man, the OKC Thunder right now are such an intriguing team. The Kings, such an intriguing, fun, exciting, high offense, like bucket getters, like fun flow. Like if you don't take the time out, then you're just not really, you don't really love the purest part of the game. Like I go to Summer League and I'm there all day. Like I'm there as soon as I can and I'm there until dinner, right? Because like you're just never going to get that up that close, and those memories of seeing Paolo before he's played a regular season game and Chet and Giddey together, like that to me is why I got into this. Right? I love this. All the tea and stuff is fun, but like the game is what I love.
Your tea is really fun though. Like you've got a gallon of tea. It's all really, really good.
You need to come out with a book.
Trysta Krick has never told a bad story, like ever. But she has had a bad take before. Kings play the Clippers tonight. Why is your take on Russell Westbrook and the Clippers so awful?
So here's the thing that I don't understand is like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with Russ. Like I don't. Like that's the premise that
I'm going to have to rewatch that video you posted again.
So
I gotta go in on Russ.
I like Russ. I do. I just don't know based
I
on.
would hate to see what it sounded like if you didn't.
Yeah. I just don't know what he's doing there, right? Like other than the fact of, okay, Lawrence Frank comes out, right? Lawrence Frank, GM of the Clippers, comes out and says, we want guys who aren't going to get played off the floor because they won't play defense. We want guys who play really well on the ball and off the ball. We want guys because the ball is going to be in Paul George and Kawhi's hands so much, 60, 70% of the time. We want guys who shoot. So, okay, it's a fit thing. Does that sound like Russ to you? Those comments of what they want in a guard, Is that Russ?
To be fair, it does not sound like Russ.
Russ can shoot from the mid-range.
Okay,
can shoot
so
from mid-range.
when you are Lawrence Frank and you're like, I want guys who like
That's not true.
can be in the corner and shoot and
Well-
be. That's not gonna be Russ. He's one of the worst corner 3-point shooters in the league, and it sounds very similar to what they said when they picked up John Wall. Like, we want an athletic guy who can playmate, get out into transition, and the John Wall, Paul George minutes were at best like a +1 net rating. So why is Russ, and I'm not saying that Russ has equal amounts of gas in the tank than John Wall. He has more gas in the tank than John Wall. I think we know that. Like, he's played really excellent basketball this year off the bench. But if you're saying we want Russ as a starter, which they did say, and they also, before they picked up Russ, said all these things about what they want in a guard, that doesn't, to me, there is something suspect there. And when I say, what is Russ doing there? It's really through the lens of like, that's what you said you wanted. So why did you go out? So like, not saying that this is a 1-to-1 comparison, but it's like, I want a nice girl. Like, I want someone home to bring home to mom. I want like a really pure down home girl. And it's like, now you're dating the girl from Magic City. Like, you can date her.
Very nice.
But I'm sure she's nice. I'm sure she's in law school. I'm sure she's putting herself through law school. But like, those two things optically don't seem aligned.
So
I thought she was going to go with a Kardashian, but she went with Magic City. I wasn't disappointed in the analogy. I knew the analogy was going to hit.
So what Trysta said makes perfect sense. Like that, she makes perfect sense right there. I will say this. I think Russ, we both agree he's better than John Wall. All three of us, we agree he's better than John Wall. I think he's better than Reggie Jackson.
Yes.
And if you're ready to move on from Reggie Jackson, and you're like, I mean, we didn't have to trade for Russ. Like, we can get worst case scenario.
He's better than Patrick Beverly. He's better than other options.
But I'm saying, at worst case, we could get Reggie Jackson type back. I think we all think he's better than that. Why not? Why not? Why not see what happens? Because I think they were going to go to the finals with Reggie Jackson. So if you bring in a player that's better, slightly better, whatever, than Reggie Jackson, I don't think it changes the trajectory of what they could be.
The only thing that I would say is that there is a risk in the sense that when Russ has been off ball, and I really hate it when people say, well, Russ has been off ball before, he can do it. Like, that is very infuriating to me because he has never shown over a course of time that he's successful off ball as like a shooter threat when two guys are ball handling without him, right? Like, that's not his skill set. That's not what he does well. He doesn't cut without the ball. It's never what he's going to do. He's kind of just stands there. So like, if that leads to defenders collapsing on Paul George in high leverage moments, or that puts more pressure on Kawhi Leonard because he's not a threat and defenders can sag off him, or it messes with the flow. Like we've seen with the Lakers, not to say it's a 1-to-1 comparison either, but there were some issues with flow with them in the first unit last year, not this year. Like it could be slightly a risk depending on who the matchup is, right? And so it's a pretty weak West in terms of like matchups, but I can see there being like a little bit of chemistry things, a little bit of attitude things, a little bit of friction things. That's just a risk. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but to me, it was just like, I guess that's what you do because Paul George wants it to be done and he's lobbying for Russ and like, but in terms of what this team has said, doesn't really align and it doesn't feel like zero risk. Yes, zero money. You're not paying him very much money, but the threat to the locker room is definitely a possibility.
Russ ain't never messed up a locker room. Not one. He ain't never messed up a single locker room.
I don't know about like messing up I'm not talking about like a bad culture drain or anything, but just like, you know how it is when there's
also Ty Lue will he'll cuss his ass out.
You're right. Ty Lue is the only reason this is not like wee, you know, like you're like, okay, well, Ty Lue,
what was that?
That's like alert. That's like alert. Break the glass, run away. You know, like there is an intruder in the building. There, you know what I mean? Please evacuate the building. Wee, you know, like that. So But Ty Lue brought Nick Batum as a small 5 against the Mavericks and totally changed the way that series went, right? So, because I watch the games, we know these things and we log these things in our brain and say, okay, if anyone can do it, Ty Lue can do it. And however he decides to use them, I trust Ty Lue. We're going to see exactly what Ty Lue's made of now.
I think Ty Lue's a hell of a coach.
He's
do
so
too,
good.
and I always did.
That's a fat ass lie, and you should be ashamed.
I
of
always
yourself,
believed
but
in Ty Lue.
You've come around.
Always.
I have not always believed in Ty Lue either. But when any coach that's paired with LeBron, you immediately say to yourself, is it him or is it LeBron? And now we know it's him.
Yeah, Mike dealt with the same thing.
But look, to be fair, and Trysta, you probably saw the same things I did if you didn't believe in Ty Lue from the start. There were times after they won the championship where Ty Lue, I was just like, bro, what's he doing? Like with the rotations, like it's like this isn't the way to even compete against the Warriors. Like what are we doing? Anybody else? But since he got to the Clippers,
he's like he's a Ty Lue fan there. Look at
I'm a Ty Lue fan too. I'm a Ty Lue fan too, man. He's done work since he got to the Clippers.
No, don't go over there.
It's all right. It's a dog-friendly show. I don't know what it is this week. Like Will Z's dogs went nuts earlier this week, and now Trista's dogs are having a little Royal Rumble right here, and it's all right. Dog-friendly show. It's no problem. It's no problem. If not talking like number 1 seed, number 2 seed, what team in the Western Conference do you think has the best final 24-25 game stretch?
Oh, that's a great question. I think KD comes back next week.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I think actually will have the best 20? This won't matter for them, but I think the team that could potentially have the best 23-24 game stretch for them is leg show. I think they could end up making a little baby run, and I hate to say it. I mean, the way they played against our Dubs last night, it was just never close, never in doubt. They really did. They turned. It was almost like what our guy in DC did to turn Russell Westbrook into all those pieces. Like he turned Russell Westbrook and some other guys into like, you got D'Lo, you got Malik Beasley, you got Jared Vanderbilt, you got Rui Hachimura. Like those are guys. Those are
some of the stupidest general managing decisions in the Western Conference in history.
Yes.
Like Danny Ainge, what the hell were you doing?
It's crazy.
Why would you do that, Danny Ainge? And he's like, I don't know. I just want picks right now. It's cool.
Danny Ainge, no one can convince me Danny Ainge wasn't paying off a bet. Like he lost a bet on the golf course to Rob Pelinka and had to do that deal.
Because that deal was way too beneficial for the Lakers.
Way too
beneficial. Makes no sense. So, and the fact that there were all these players that have already kind of played together in the sandbox. You had Minnesota getting involved. You had Utah still getting involved. You had the Lakers still getting involved. And they've kind of like, the players have been on all 3 of those teams in some form or fashion. And then all of a sudden, Mike Conley goes to Minnesota, which I think is a good fit too. So I think Lakers will probably win a lot of games down the stretch. I think they have a pretty easy schedule. I think Phoenix is in the mix to have a really good last 20 games. And then probably Clippers once they figure some things out. I am a little curious, though, because they've continued to say it's going to take some time for us to acclimate Russ into our team. Believe it's going to get a little rough to begin with, because we're acclimating him. And I'm like, you got 20 games left.
All they meant was tonight. We're not going to be able to get it done the first night against Sacramento, but come this weekend, we're going to be hitting on all cylinders. That's how I took it.
That's how you saw it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see. I like the Bones Highland pickup a lot. I like the Plumlee pickup a lot. I like the Gordon pickup a lot. So they added guys. They really did feel like, okay, we need to swing and we need to get better. It's a shame that the Grizzlies couldn't have gotten Mikal Bridges for 4 first-round picks, because that would have been really interesting too.
It's not a shame. I don't like the Grizzlies.
I know you don't.
And go to hell. I think the Clippers are going to the finals. I do think that. Sorry, Denver. And also,
sorry, Denver.
I've got a running, like I keep bringing this up, and it's starting to become less and less tongue in cheek. Trysta, do you think the Warriors get 10 road wins this year?
What are they at now?
7.
They've got a road game, I think, against Houston, and everything else is against people.
I think
at
they
the
get
very
to
least
9. I
above
think
the
there was
plane.
two cupcake ones. I think it's 9-ish. 8, 9.
9-ish.
Back
that is
to the
not a,
9. Back to the 9 number for our Dubs.
you could so our Dubs, are they like done?
They're like, to me, the scary movie villain that you need to execute in order for them to not grab your ankle when you try to walk over them. To me, that's just a team I don't trust to ever say they're dead. I just never trust it, because they've shown me multiple times that when they've looked dead, that when they decide to turn it on, that they look like really formidable players and teams, like look cohesive. Now, the decision making hasn't been great down the stretch. Bob Myers does seem a bit checked out. Does feel like he's moving like Maya, and maybe somewhere good, right? Like maybe. And you've got Steve Kerr, who wants a lot of Anthony Lamb minutes. Not sure what the deal is with that. Clearly not on the same page. Probably could have gotten somebody in the buyout market that would have helped them in any way, form or fashion, besides just Gary Payton. So I'm not really sure. Feels like they're shedding money versus trying to get better. I'm curious, are they like, well, we're kind of punting on the season a little bit because Steph's now gotten injured twice, and without Steph, yeah, maybe we get in the play-in and maybe Steph makes something happen, but they didn't the last time they were in the play-in.
What do you do? Like, if you're punting on it, like if they're a movie villain, if they're Freddy Krueger, this is Nightmare on Elm Street 5.
Yeah,
we just need to put an end to this series. This series was done. We need to put an official end to
this year. This year, they're finished. They're finished.
As we know it, they're done.
They're done. This year, they're done. They don't defend.
But is the dynasty of the Golden State
no,
Warriors?
because you got Steph. I mean, I'm expecting Steph to come back. I like Andrew Wiggins. Kuminga's shown some things. They're gonna have to figure out what happens with the cohesiveness with Dre. They're gonna have to figure out what they're gonna do with Klay Thompson, because I think they're on the books for I think it's another like $200 million a year.
You think they have a new general manager next year?
It seems like I agree with Trysta. It seems like it. It seems like that might be the move. So there's some tinkering that has to be done. But last year, the one thing I did learn last year is if you have Steph Curry, you got a shot.
Yeah.
So I think next year they may come back to like being fringe contender. But this year they're done. They're cooked.
Do you have to trade Jordan Poole?
To me, and I put this out, I said, would you rather have Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins? Because I think if you're not a contender right now, you have to make hard decisions with your salary cap and your luxury tax. And I think you could probably get a decent return for Jordan Poole. So I would. I think that's probably a good idea. And it's not like his contract's crazy. Was he making like $25 million a year or something like that with on top of incentives? So if you're a team that needs a 2-guard that can play kind of combo guard, yeah, why not? Like, ship his ass to Orlando, see how he does there with Paolo, something like that, something to the effect of a place like
the Knicks,
or maybe the Nets. Yeah, maybe you can get Cam Johnson for him.
The Knicks,
yeah,
Jalen Brunson and Jordan Poole.
Throw RJ at the 3.
Okay. Do you like Brooklyn?
I think I think I do. Yeah, I think I do.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the Kenny Caraway question. For the next 3 years, you could pick one. You got to ride with the squad: Brooklyn or Orlando.
Brooklyn.
See,
I said Orlando.
We'll get a little off together because that's who I'm with.
I said Orlando.
The reason that I can't say Orlando is because Orlando has too many pieces that like are replicates of one another, right? They've got too many. No, but they've got wings, and it's a wing driven league. You can have too many wings, but you can't have too many. It's like what you can't have is like mediocre, middle of the road point guards, which is what they have, right? They have or they had RJ Hampton, who they let go of, which I thought was hilarious because of the whole Davion Mitchell cooking him thing. I was like, goodbye, bye, RJ, chuck somewhere else. But like they've got Cole Anthony, they've got Markelle Fultz, and I like Markelle Fultz. I like Cole Anthony, but do I love them like as the primary guard for this team? Like, no, I don't.
But you love Paolo.
I love Paolo. Love Paolo.
That was
But
the
I also
one thing that
love
made me
Mikal
think.
Bridges.
That's okay, because I thought you were going to go Orlando just because of how much you love Paolo.
So you said Mikal Bridges. Me and Damien had a discussion last week. I like Mikal Bridges too. I don't like him as much as Damien, and I feel like I don't like him as much as you.
Yeah, I don't
Like,
think anyone, almost no one likes him as much as me. Ever since he went to Phoenix, and I love the fact that they snaked him from Philadelphia for like Zaire Williams, which was happened on draft night, and I was there. I was like, oh yeah. So, I mean, just somebody who's as long as him, who can shoot as well as him, but also is very dynamic on the defensive side of the ball, can like switch really well. I can like get deflections. He's just a really good two-way wing.
You have a ceiling comp?
It's hard because he's not like a Brandon Ingram. That's not really like his thing. But offensively, he's always been someone that they didn't really want to do that. You have Devin Booker. He's like got the ball dominating there. Then you end up adding Chris Paul and a bunch of like little pygmy shrimp guards like Campaign who want the ball in their hand, Landry Shamet. I don't think his role is
Are you a pygmy shrimp point guard?
Yeah, Campaign. He's a bucket, but he's a little pygmy shrimp over there. You can knock him over with a feather. You know what I mean? And like then you had Ayton that you needed to get touches to. So it was like, hey, Mikal Bridges, we know that you're like you can score, but just stand in the corner. Just stand in the corner and wait for the ball to come to you. And he's so much more than that. And so we haven't really seen what his upside could be because he's been a defensive specialist and a corner 3-point shooter. He basically had the role that LeBron forced Chris Bosh into. It's like you just hang out over there for a while. And I think he's a lot more than that.
I think he's a slasher. I think he's
he
a
can
catch and shoot guy. Yeah, catch and shoot guy. And
He can create.
I don't
He can
see
create.
that's where we part ways. Because Damien, and this is what I'm hung up on. Damien said he has Paul George potential, and I said he's not that. He
can get separation though.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think offensively, Paul George is really, really high, but like that is like the tippy top of what he could be. Like we can't forget, Paul George was a great. Paul George is really, really good. Paul George was a great player. Like I can see that in Mikal Bridges.
He had 40-something points the other night.
Really high offensive end, but I feel like he's capable, and mainly because of exactly what Trysta just laid out. Like again, it's a bit extreme to use the Harden leaving Oklahoma City comparison, but I do think he's going to have that opportunity, especially these last 20 some odd games of the year, to really kind of, since we're talking, spread his wings offensively and kind of establish himself on that.
He'll have the opportunity.
And I think culturally, Brooklyn needs to know what they are, right? Which is you are no longer going to see yourself as a free agent destination. That's just not what you should do. Why? Why do I say that? Because I believe not only is it important to have, sexy names and like coverage on ESPN, but more importantly, I think for Brooklyn, when you are opposite of the Knicks, right? And the Knicks are always going to be the main game in town.
Facts.
I think for Brooklyn, they need to know that fans do not appreciate.
Speaking of not appreciating,
Facts. She's like, I don't appreciate you. So fans
he's
do not
gone cold. I'm wondering why I got out. Oh, geez.
Teddy, why don't you be quiet? So, I don't think fans appreciate not building organically because they don't ever really know when those players are going to leave. And they've already had that happen, right? Them getting collections of stars that didn't work out, and then their cupboards were dry with the Paul Pierce trade. So, and I heard it firsthand from on the Fan when I would be there on the weekend. I said, why don't you guys care about Kyrie? Why don't you guys care about Kevin Durant? Why don't you guys care about James Harden? You have 3 of the biggest names in town, and yet you do not care at all. And they said they're not ours. We just collected them, and they're probably going to leave. What do we have to be excited about? They're not a part of our community. That we did not birth them. We did not organically help develop them. They're just things that we've picked up along the way that have come here to sort of suck off of our culture, and they're probably going to take our culture with them. And I think if you're Sean Marks, recognize this is a learning lesson. You have Mikal Bridges. Don't flip him. Keep him. Build around him. If the next disgruntled star that wants to come there, you say no, unless they're like someone like Donovan Mitchell who's going to be there and build culture. Not a high-end first-tier star that's going to demand this and demand that, and maybe you're now a slave to what they want to do.
What you said about Brooklyn is probably indicative of the franchise. Like, that's how New York looks at Brooklyn. It's not ours. Like, they just came up from New Jersey. It's not ours.
It's just a bunch of cultural appropriation over
That's
there. That's
all of
it
Brooklyn.
is.
All of it.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
Are we the only show you did today?
Yeah.
Oh, that's love.
Yep.
Are we really?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, that's
love.
That's awesome.
I mean, I had an interview for my show with Michael Scotto, but other than that, it was
Well,
just
that's
you. I got the neurovirus. I got hit with the stomach bug on Tuesday.
Oh.
I've been off. Keep yourself safe. I've been off for the last 3 days, but I feel good now. But I had a lot of other things I needed to take care of. So yeah, just you guys. I make a point, no matter where I am on the earth, as long as I have Wi-Fi, I will pick up my phone and do your show.
Your love. That's love.
We gotta make sure Kyle doesn't get thrown off the rundown, though. I heard
Kyle
things
quit.
are in
Kyle
flux.
quit. Kyle, we lost Kyle. R.I.P.
R.I.P. You guys got a pre-tape, Kyle.
Yeah.
No, you're just like, nah.
Trysta,
we'll just fit in Kyle when we can.
Before we let you go, I do want to say, I just thought about this. Like, the middle of April gonna be here before you know it. Like, you need to start like kind of planning that right now.
Yeah, we need to start talking about. I had a conversation yesterday with Mitch Rosen, head of our network, but also head of WSCR in Chicago, and he was very interested. Said he loved the Sacramento coverage, and I said, how about we try to figure out a way to do like a watch party for either the road games, or we'll figure out an activation, as we would say in the LA world, so that we can touch the people. We got to touch. I like the fans. I like the chatty house. We can get a chatty house little thing together.
We've got the perfect place.
All right. Well, let's set it up.
Thus why we missed the game live last night. We've got the perfect place coming for you. We will have, I promise we will have all that set up by the time you get here.
Well,
but you look like $1 million bucks. So whatever you're about to do, go have fun.
I appreciate that. I love you guys, and I will see you next Friday.
All right. Love you too. That's Trysta Krick right there. Jesse, we're just going to go to commercial. We're just going to break whatever. I don't know what to do. What do you, we could either go another 13 minutes, or we could just go. What do you want to do? You're the producer. What do you want to do?
Am I a joke to you? I don't care, bro. We can go to break right now.
So if we went to break and like, no, forget it. Let's just keep going. We don't need a commercial break.
Well, we could mention that, and I actually have a dilemma. Actually, I don't have a dilemma. It's not.
You're gonna have to make up your mind,
like
buddy.
it's not a dilemma. I know what the priority is. I know where I'm gonna be. I know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
But it's like, damn, that kind of sucks. You see, finally, it is official now, Jesse.
I still don't believe it though.
No, it's official. It is
wait,
official.
we're live on the air. This isn't the 13th round.
No,
what is this?
But I'm just saying, Tank and Ryan is official April 22nd. The only reason I have a dilemma is King's probably gonna play that day. Now, here's the deal. If they're at the top 4, the home game would have been the week before. Playoffs start the week before. Afterwards, they may be on the road, or might be crazy. It might be game 3 that night. Woo! Going to One Center gonna be crazy.
What day is Rick Ross performing?
now,
what
to
day,
be
what
fair,
day is that
to
happening?
be fair, I said that when the Kings were like 11th. I said, "Oh boy,
yeah, you did say that.
Oh boy, opening weekend of the playoffs, Rick Ross is here." Kings were 11th. They're third, climbing towards second right now.
Literally, no one knew Rick Ross was here. Not even confident Rick Ross was 100% sure he was here.
Rick Ross got in and out.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Fly in, fly out. Oh, goodness gracious. Trysta Krick, make sure you check out the Heat Check podcast. By the way, she talks about our work with Michael Scotto there.
I don't think you answered or talked about, what do you think about tonight in LA?
Yeah. I don't know. Like,
do you think how
the Sacramento Kings can win
where's your confidence
every time they
on a scale of 1 to 10 if they're gonna win? Mine is at 7 right now.
That's funny. I was gonna go like 6.5. And it's not one of those things where I'm not, Steve earlier. I don't have a panic about it's how I feel about the Clippers. Not only do I think the Clippers are good, I think the Clippers are playing really well. I think they're coming off some rest. I think Kawhi Leonard is we're going to be having conversations when these 25 games are over about Kawhi Leonard being a top player in the league again. I think that's what we're going to be talking about. And Paul George locks in. I believe this Russell Westbrook thing is going to work. I don't think. Now I understand Trista's point of what they publicly stated they want and what they ultimately went and got. I understand her point in that regard, but I absolutely see this thing with Russell Westbrook working. This isn't the Lakers. This team doesn't have the same deficiencies that the Lakers had. So all of those deficiencies that the Lakers had, Russell Westbrook added to some of those. I don't think Russell Westbrook adds to any deficiencies that the Los Angeles Clippers have. I think they're already a really good, well-rounded team, and now you're bringing in a point guard who he can get to the basket. Some people have convinced themselves that he's been stat stuffing his entire career. He can't find guys on the perimeter. He can't find guys in the corner when he penetrates. He can't average 12 assists for the remainder of the season. I can see all of that happening. I am with you in the sense of I think the Kings are up for the challenge tonight. And I think this is we said this at the beginning of the show. It sparked the whole
movement
frustration about the national media and the Sacramento Kings and how they're flexing games and removing games. Well, you have I know this isn't the NCAA tournament. You have a 3 versus a 4 tonight. Look at the schedule. It ain't there. There is not a more compelling game in the NBA tonight than the Sacramento Kings at the Los Angeles Clippers.
That's facts.
And I think the Kings are up for now I'm not predicting they win, but I think the Kings are up for the challenge tonight. And I think we see a really good regular season game between these two tonight, along the lines of what we saw a week or so ago with Dallas.
I'm with you. Not that it's Kawhi.
I don't think they'll be shaken like Dallas was, though. By the way, if it comes down to scoring, I think the Clippers will. I think the Clippers can keep up, not in terms of scoring, but they'll find a way to outwit Sacramento. I think that's what they'll do. That Dallas couldn't. Because I don't think that was a super high scoring game, was it? The second Dallas game?
The second, I got to 120 something. I think the Kings won
over.
126.
Oh, that's right. It went to overtime at 114. I remember that number sticking out because that's the magic number.
I don't know. This isn't on the same level as Kawhi or Paul George being out, but Zubac is out tonight.
Yeah, I mean that matters. Yeah,
top 10 rebounder in the game.
Yeah,
so. That's one less person that they have to deal with Sabonis, and now it's going to be Mason Plumlee starting out,
the savior,
on Domas Sabonis.
Okay, interesting. I'm sure Kings fans won't overanalyze that matchup too much. Oh, just imagine. You mentioned the rebounding, and I didn't mean that. This didn't spark in my head in a negative way. But did you peep Harrison's line last night? If you remember our show and the conversation about Harrison Barnes and what would you like to see from HB moving forward, Harrison last night.
Give
15 points, 3 rebounds.
Yeah, I wanted 5.
Now I know people want like
Give me
more.
extra 2.
Let's and I got you. Like Domas had 18. There weren't a lot of other people getting rebounds outside of Domantas Sabonis. But I thought that was.
Oh no, I was reading something else.
He was 5 of 9 shooting with 15 points. That was Harrison's first game out of the break.
Hey, man, I'll take it. I'll take it. Like I'll take that. If 3 is a little.
I know it's a little. It's probably lower than Mike wants.
If
too.
he gives 15 and 5 for the rest of the season, Kings are top 6 easy. Jesse.
Oh, here's a spin on the question. You get that from Harrison, or you get that production from the bench. I give you
get
one.
what you got last night.
No. You get one or the other. Yeah. You get. I mean, that's a lot of points. I mean, because Trey had 7 last night.
I can't even do.
I'm trying to figure out what the number is. Like that's 14, 40 plus points. 44.
Yeah.
Did I do that quick? 44
no,
points.
It's more than that, huh? 10, 14, 34.
It is more.
What's that? 49?
49 points.
That's a lot of points.
If I gave you 35 bench points every game, or 15 and 5 from Harrison, what results in more Kings success? You may.
What is Harrison giving me?
I don't know. I can't give it. He's not giving you 15 and 5.
So it's below that.
We'll even go a step further. He's not giving you 15 and 3.
What is he giving me? 12?
He's not giving you 15 and 3.
See, this is deal or
no
deal.
You got that's what it is.
I don't know what's in that box. He could be giving me 22.
Well, no, he's not giving you more.
Okay.
I'm not trying to trick you here. He's not giving you more.
Giving me 14.
You're not
That's
giving. He might be.
Would you say 35 off the bench for the rest of the night? Rest
of the season, because 49 is a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say 35.
Yeah, I'll take that. I mean,
you'll take the 35.
They'll yeah. They can. They getting 35 in a way. That's almost like somebody scoring.
Well, that's what I like. It's like there's like these questions don't have right answers. They're all hypothetical. But in this case, I feel like that's the right answer.
Man, you get the 35. Like you could even like slice that up anyway. That's another 25 point per game score, and the bench is giving you 11 a night or 10 a night. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, you're good.
Well, and I also think you have. It's not just the points, and that's what's important too. When you have point totals like you had from the Sacramento Kings bench last night, it's not just the point total; it's the context of the game when the bench came in.
Mm-hmm.
It was in bad shape, and Terrence came in, started things. Malik followed. We mentioned Trey didn't have a monster night, but I feel like that 3 he hit at the end of the first quarter was big for the team. It was obviously big for Bob in accounting, and it was big for the rest of the crowd. The crowd popped for that, and it had fallen quiet. It was like, yo, we're down 14 to them because Dame's right there in a sweatsuit.
Yeah,
like we're down 14 to them. By the way, I did watch the rap video. The Dame Lillard on the plane. Oh,
bars, bro. Dame got bars.
Dame can go. Dame can go. There's a funny line in there about the Wizards and shooters.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to check it out.
Yeah,
you talking about Gilbert Arenas?
No, he just talked about. I think I got shooters in my locker room like the Washington Wizards, or something. It's something along lines. Well, I know who. I know who it is. He doesn't say Gilbert Arenas.
All my guns to work.
Yeah,
Gilbert Arenas.
That's an all-time line.
What I was about to say something.
You can watch it during the commercial break. It's short enough.
I was about to say something.
It's not God did.
Oh man, jeez, that's gonna be one of the. We had a game after the show commercial break.
Yeah, right.
That's what you need with that. I was gonna say something about the Kings. You talked about the bench, and like it's not just about the scoring. I know what you mean, but if they're getting 35 a night from the bench, that means they're probably above the 150 14.
Well, yeah.
Which mean they ain't losing. You know how I feel about that number.
No,
they not
well,
losing.
Yeah, the win-loss total supports your feelings for that number. But what I meant was it's not just the points, it's the timing of the points.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I get you.
Again, they stunk
Mm-hmm.
until Malik or specifically Terrence. Then Malik came in. Trey hit that shot. Like they had big moment, and that stuff. Like, and I think De'Aaron even acknowledged it in the post game with Mark and Katie. It's like we because Mark asked him about the bad start. He was just like, we were terrible, but the bench came in and sparked us, and we were able to get going after that. Domas said, yeah, we were frustrated, but once we got, he said something along the lines of once we got our legs underneath us, or once we got our wing going, we knew we were going to be fine. I wasn't there with Domas. I feel like that moment was when Trey Lyles hit that three.
This team is confident. They don't.
That's right. I completely agree.
They never shook.
Yeah, I completely agree. We'll step out. We'll come back. James Hammer. Top of the 3 o'clock hour. It's Friday, baby. We'll take it home with some Kings talk. We got another Kings basketball game tonight.
Yeah,
it's all on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I was not aware of that.
That is intriguing.
I was looking at that yesterday. Like, we'll go minimum 2-game losing streak. They'll at least answer that with a 2-game winning streak after they have the season.
It's good stuff. They had quite a few twos, didn't they?
That's like the minimum.
Dr. David, stop it. Stop it. Your mic was off.
Oh, my bad. I got a little distracted because Drew Gooden just posted on Twitter. He was like, man, I was looking everywhere for my Kobe's. And who knew? Or no, I think he said he was trying to buy some Kobe's or something like that. And he was like, who knew? They were all in my storage. And he's got like 15 to 20 pairs of unworn Kobe's. The high tops, the 6s, the 8. I was like,
I believe it.
Jesus. Oh, man.
I believe it.
I think Kings are winning tonight, by the way.
Okay. I
got a pretty good feeling. The vibes are up.
Vibes are everything. I think Mighty Montana just said it in the chat house, man. Vibes are immaculate. If Kyle Madsen was still with us, he'd check the vibes. Kenny just left and didn't even tell me. What the fuck you do then?
Kenny's gonna take that candy bowl back from Cam.
Like, I don't know. He's going over there to get more candy. I was just reaching to text somebody. Who was I? Oh. I will say this. I normally don't bring that little chocolate to work. Yeah, that's a win. Just a quick couple bites of chocolate in the middle of the day is a win.
I'm a fruit snack guy. I'll go to the vending machine, grab some fruit snacks.
I'm not a fruit snack guy.
Gushers, though. Come on, man.
Are those the best candy snack or whatever ever?
Uh-huh.
Gushers are the best candy snack ever, or whatever you want to consider that.
It's up there. I mean, like when you talk about snack, like something you would put in your lunch or something like that.
Like fruit roll-ups is up there.
Fruit roll-ups is fire. Is fire. Yeah. Gushers go crazy.
You peeped that 20 brand I sent you? That the Draymond Green sweatsuit?
Yeah, I did. I was wondering.
That stuff is fly, dude.
No, so I was wondering because I followed him when you sent that, and I was like, I was seeing different stuff on my time. I was like, 20. Like, why did I follow them? Like, I like these players because they had a lot from All-Star Weekend.
Yeah,
of the people wearing stuff.
Yeah,
and I was like, that's right. It did come from. The thing you sent me at Draymond. See what I got over that.
Oh man.
Were you guys applesauce people growing up?
No.
No.
I've never had it before. It's disgusting. It looks to me.
Not my job.
It's not disgusting.
It looks like it. It's one thing I'll never try just because it looks. It's a mental thing.
Texture is a really important part of food.
Straight up.
A really important part of food. Y'all make sure you're following all our IG accounts.
It's going up today.
Yeah.
It's going up today.
Even Drizzy Drake chimed in. All right, Drizzy Drake.
Drizzy Drake gonna be at the Golden One.
I'm hesitant to hit follow on the Drizzy Drake page because I don't know. Might leave one too many heart emojis on his. One too many heart emojis.
You gotta holler at Drake, man. You gotta pull up on this.
Yeah, we haven't talked to Drake in a minute. Haven't talked to Drake since the Stanford, right? And we didn't really talk to him. Like we talked, he just popped his head in right quick. Yeah.
I saw Drake in one of the games. I was talking to him for a little bit.
This is true. And it's very funny every time they do it. It's very, very funny every single time.
Dr. David's kids are hilarious.
Oh, they're fantastic. See, Dad, you can't dress like this.
So I had something I'm trying to clear out.
Drake, yeah.
I'm trying to clear out my likes. I got too many things that I like that, just irrelevant. It's just like, oh, I want to talk about this on the show or whatever. But this is from like 2 years ago. So I'm trying to clear it out.
What do you mean?
You're like likes on Twitter.
Oh,
so I'll show you.
So you like save it?
Yeah,
I got you.
So one of the things was in my likes was the Super Bowl odds at the end of last year's Super Bowl odds for this past year that just finished.
Man,
well, we got 10 minutes. We can talk about this.
We got 8 minutes, buddy. Go ahead and fire off whatever you were about to say.
I've got two things.
Oh man,
we need to talk about.
James Ham, top of the hour, by the way.
Yeah. So, I came across this old tweet that I had saved of BetMGM Super Bowl odds. This was right after the Super Bowl ended last year. So after the Rams-Bengals Super Bowl,
okay,
they came out with Super Bowl odds. And I think about this because obviously we had Super Bowl odds for this one that just passed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take a quick guess on who was the favorite
last year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was it Kansas City?
Kansas City plus
Okay.
750 was the
Okay.
favorite. They don't even have them numbered, but do you think you know where the Eagles were? Now, granted, this is before they got AJ Brown, so it was right after the Super Bowl, so that may have played something into it as well.
Were they top? Were they top 8?
I think my math is correct. There's 32 teams in the NFL, correct?
Yeah.
So that would be 16. I'm going to take a guess there. 17, 18, 19, 20. They were
Really?
plus 4,000.
Wow.
To win the Super Bowl. The
Okay.
49ers
Wouldn't
were
have.
the 49ers that just came off an NFC Championship game, and they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at plus 1,600.
8. So just off the top of my head. So I obviously Kansas City. Buffalo was ahead.
Buffalo
Cincinnati was
2,
ahead.
Cincinnati was 4.
Was Los Angeles ahead?
Rams were 3.
They didn't have Tampa Bay ahead, did they?
No.
How many am I missing? 2?
You're missing 3.
I'm missing 3.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas?
Dallas is 1.
Feel like I'm missing an Lamar?
Mm-mm.
I don't know the other 2 then.
Green Bay and Denver.
Oh, Denver.
But I even think this was before.
Oh,
Russell Wilson.
that's really funny today.
Well, this was before Russell Wilson because this is the day after the Super Bowl. I don't think they had him yet.
I don't imagine they did.
So
who were the favorites this year? Was it Kansas City and
Kansas City and
Was it Philly again?
I feel like Philly was a little lower.
Oh, okay.
They
It
might have been.
wasn't
No,
San
they might have been
Francisco.
second because I think San Francisco might have been third.
Okay.
So I don't know, just something different to look at, with these, oh, who's going back to the Super Bowl? Nobody had Philly last year at this time, so you never know. The other thing I wanted to mention was, have you, and I don't know why you would have, although it might have been on your timeline, have you seen baseball today?
Yes and no. It was on my timeline, and my first thought was, "The hell is this?" It's February 24th. What do you mean baseball's back? What the hell is back?
Spring training started.
It's not spring.
Well, this is true. And spring training is entirely too long.
In follow-up news, spring training canceled all over the country because there's a blizzard in Los Angeles, and it's probably 7 degrees in Arizona.
What's the name of this thing? Jesse, you might be familiar with it. I want to get the correct name. I saw the headline. El Tráfico was canceled.
Yeah, you got it.
El Tráfico was canceled.
Who is
Galaxy
that?
versus-
Is that? Are they wrestling at AEW next week?
No.
Tell me El Tráfico isn't like an Attitude Era wrestling name.
Honestly, that person might exist right now, like as we speak.
Facts.
Lucha
El
Libre
Tráfico
wrestler.
is the matchup that kicks off the MLS season between the Galaxy and LAFC, and it goes on at the Rose Bowl, and it was canceled due to winter
Traffic.
No,
Oh.
winter storm warnings. It's crazy. So that happened. But I bring up baseball because, and if
You are all over the place right now. We got baseball, we got soccer, we've got Oz. What is happening right now?
Spring training being canceled. Spring training was
should
not
be.
canceled. But I bring up
Should be.
baseball because did you actually watch the clip?
Oh, I didn't. I'm sorry, I didn't watch a clip at all. I saw it was a graphic.
There's a
It
clip.
literally said baseball's back, and it was Aaron Judge. Why?
There's a why I bring it up because there's a clip. Pitch clock is here, and they got
Okay, you told
2
me about
pitches
that.
in 20 seconds, and these people are moving.
That's good stuff.
These pitches ain't
That's the
gonna
way it
last.
should be.
These pitches gonna need cardio. They're not gonna last. These people moving. And I didn't see the clip, but Manny Machado got a violation today for being like out of the box too long.
I'm all for this. I love all of this. This is great stuff. This is like MLB taking XFL rules and just throwing them in. I am all for this. James, you're a baseball guy. How do you're
Have you
shaking
seen it,
your
James?
head? James is agitated with all of this, aren't you?
I haven't seen any of it. I haven't been on watching any of it today, but man, I'm a baseball purist. Like a baseball game should take 2.5 hours. That's the way it goes. Like if you don't like it, wait a half hour and watch it at 1 time speed or 2 times speed. Like that's for me. That's it's pretty simple. Baseball is supposed to be a pastime. It's supposed to be something you sit there.
And you know
and watch.
what's funny about this? Because this is for people like me who complain about this stuff. You can tell me baseball is 90 minutes. I'm not watching it.
Yeah, either you love it or you don't.
I'm not watching baseball in April just because it's 90 minutes long.
Well, but here's the thing I'll say, James, is you like myself, we are baseball purists. The games were faster back in the purity of the game. Like they've slowed down considerably. So like they're like doing this to get it back to the time that it was when we loved the game or we fell in love with the game.
I guess maybe there is too much of this, like guys taking between pitches, taking way too much time. Even pitchers, between the pitcher and the batter, like stepping out of the box, stepping off the mound, like there is too much of that. I get it, but like I guess maybe this can work, but I don't know. I don't know.
Will be tired. The clip I retweeted it of pitches.
Tommy John surgeries are up.
These pitchers gonna be exhausted, and I'm not even talking about their arm. They getting the ball, pitching, getting it back, getting on the slab, pitch again. Like whoa, all right, make it a 35-second clock. Jesus,
Pitchers
guys
are
gonna be exhausted.
Pitchers are going to be skinny. They're going to start coming in ripped. Now all of a sudden, pitchers are going to look like Tiger Woods.
There's his influence.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. James Ham is here. He is not here to talk about baseball. He certainly isn't here to talk about spring training. He's here to talk about your Sacramento Kings, who got a win last night against the Portland Trail Blazers. And you don't have to wait long for another Kings game. We're just like 4 hours away from them, 4 and some change. So we'll talk with James about last night's game. We'll talk with James about tonight's game, and we'll do all of that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I got you.
Brett.
Am I a joke to you?
Brett, people have been saying this for 25 years. Like, it's not happening. Like, it's not. It's not. Not in this country.
No, I don't think that's happening either.
I love baseball. I watch, like, typically I'll watch almost every game. Like, even in a bad season, like, I watch a lot of baseball. Just 'cause it's kind of like background noise. Like, I can watch a TV show or a movie side by side with a baseball game. Like, I don't have any problem. Like, it's not like you're going to miss too much. And if you need to go back and watch something, sure, you can go back and watch it. Yeah. Anyway.
I like watching big baseball games. Great pitching matches. It's just hard for me to get excited for something that's in May.
You guys, it's not happening. Not with the MLS. They may do it for the EPL.
Yeah.
They don't care about the MLS.
There's better soccer on to watch out here.
Right.
Like EPL, yeah. I don't think MLS will ever pass.
Soccer in general, yeah, maybe. The MLS, no. It ain't
Yeah,
happening.
if you're watching soccer, you're probably watching the EPL. You're not watching MLS, really.
Yeah, I was watching some MLS, and I just couldn't believe how bad the soccer was. You know, when you've coached and, like, you're in it and you can see, like, the footwork and, you know, crisp passing and spacing and all that stuff. And then you watch, you know, like the EPL, and the level of soccer is so high. And then you watch, like, the MLS, it's just not even a comparison. It's like watching, like, comparatively to EPL, it's like watching rec soccer.
I don't see that much of a difference. I know there is a difference. I'm not saying there isn't, but I just see a soccer game. But the people who know, like yourself, like Jesse, you see a massive difference. I say all this about the MLS. I like the MLS. I watch it, from time to time. I don't have no problem with it. I just know it's not overtaking Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I don't think so. The according to Shams, the Hawks have officially offered Quinn Snyder the head coaching job. So the Kings dodge a bullet.
No, they went from they just kept repeating the same thing. It's likely it's going to be Quinn Snyder, and then this morning they're really, really likely it's going to be Quinn Snyder, and I guess that was Shams who was like, "Yeah, dummies, it's Quinn Snyder."
Yeah.
Did you see? And this is some BS. It's not a secret, but I guess the MLS commissioner is planning next month to unveil the next team, and it is between San Diego and Vegas. So Sacramento just gone.
I think they've been gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Put it in San Diego. Maybe we'll go down and support it. See little Casey and Ham live from San Diego.
Live from San Diego. Live from Cajon. Is that the name of the beach? Cajon Beach? Or Tejon. Maybe it's Tejon. I don't remember. It's lovely, whatever it is. Lovely.
I like San Diego. I've told you guys, if the A's relocate, I'm becoming a Padres fan.
Yeah, I get that.
What if they relocate to Sacramento?
Well, if they relocate to Sacramento, that's different. They're staying here in the market. That's one thing. I have no snowmobiles. Sorry, Jim Garfinkel.
Oh, come on.
I didn't get a lot of snow, and most of it's washed away, but I guess we're supposed to get snow again tonight.
Aldrin, Messi is massive. I'm not going to say he's not. He's not bigger than when Beckham came. I'm not saying Messi isn't better than Beckham. I'm saying Beckham is a mega star that, once again, that moms know. Beckham was, Jesse, what you think? Is Beckham a bigger star than Messi? Not player, because that's not even close. But
I don't think so.
You don't think Beckham is a bigger star than Messi?
No. Messi, no.
I disagree. James, what you think?
I mean, the fact that Beckham was married to a Spice Girl. That helps, but at the same time, it is married to a Spice Girl. I still think Messi. Messi is like one of the most recognizable athletes in the world. And
Hang on, Hammer. Hang on, everybody. Can't believe I'm going to have to say this, but yeah, we need to pause the soccer talk, guys. We're back on the radio. We appreciate you so much for being with us wherever you are. If you're on youtube.com/ESPN1320, hit the thumbs up. Hit the subscribe button as well. We know a lot of you just search Dealing with KC or search ESPN1320. Come along and watch the show. Being a subscriber really helps us. So become one. Hit the thumbs up. That helps the channel grow over there. You could do the same thing on Twitch. Hit the subscribe buttons, follow buttons, heart buttons, all of that good stuff. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, 1320 AM, wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being here with us on this Friday. And Hammer, how close was last night's game to what you wanted going in?
You know, I think it was perfect for what the Kings needed. Like, you knew they were going to come out slow because that's kind of the All-Star break. Everybody is a little funky and out of it. It just, you get out of a rhythm when you miss a week of basketball. And then for them to find themselves, but not have to put out so much energy that it, will bleed over into tonight's game. I thought it was good. They needed a scrimmage game, and sorry, Portland Trailblazers, that's exactly what that was. That was a scrimmage game.
Were you ever worried about the game last night?
No. When who's their center? Eubanks. When Eubanks turned around and tried to do a baby jump hook from 6 feet and shot at 3 feet, that's when I knew, oh, this game's over. I got to be honest, I laughed, which drew multiple media members looking at me. I laughed because I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he missed that shot. I mean, you're almost 7 foot tall. We talk about this with Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter has this ability to get in the key and actually do things that a guy who's 6'7" should do. It might not always be pretty, but it's effective. Watching Drew Eubanks turn around and it wasn't even a brick. I mean, he just missed the iron by 3 feet. It was just embarrassing. And that's kind of you don't want to see a lot of that down the stretch, but the Kings don't have to worry about that either. Their schedule dictates that they're not going to face a lot of the rough, late season non-competitive games that they have in the past. So, yeah, was it a couple of years ago the Kings went up against OKC and Moses Brown, and he was just out there clubbing people. What are you doing? You're going to hurt somebody. It's when you go play, at a local gym and you start playing and a football player shows up and he doesn't know how to play basketball at all. So he thinks it's time to just mug you and hug you the whole time. You're what is happening? That happens in the NBA late in the season where you get some bad players who shouldn't be out there on the court playing major minutes. And you always worry that they're going to hurt somebody. But again, the Kings, this is one of the few games the Kings will have that they'll face something like that.
Normally we point out the numbers. We didn't do that today. 14 threes, 14 made threes,
good stuff.
27 assists.
There we go.
So good numbers all around for Sacramento. I also didn't realize last night how efficient they were. 54% from the field. No one took more than 15 shots. That was De'Aaron Fox, and he was 11 of 15. James, 5 straight games with 30-plus points for De'Aaron Fox. Now spread over multiple weeks. With the All-Star game in the middle, what is this stretch telling you about De'Aaron's season?
He just realized that it's all too easy, that he can just go do whatever he wants anytime he wants, because that's what it looked like. It was all in the third quarter last night. He was a little quiet coming through the first half, but 14 points in the third quarter. And a lot of it came after he went out of the game and then came back in with 3 minutes left. He just hit the gas pedal, and there's just no one that can stop him. And, Portland they have length, and they have some defensive-minded players. Mm-hmm. You didn't see him last night. Fox was just too good. And, that's something I think he's learning. It's something that he took into the All-Star break knowing that like all he has to do is throttle up and no one can stick with him. He's got 5 in a row, but he's also 7 out of 8 that he's had 30 plus. And I think the ninth game, he scored 29. So there's only one game and he scored, I think, 16, and it was because they blew somebody out. And that's the only reason he didn't have 30 in that game. Like the level he's playing at right now, if he can start hitting the 3 ball again and shoot, even 37, 38%, and like these last 24 games, like he's going to cakewalk to 30 a game. So yeah, it's fun to watch. He's on fire right now. And as long as he has that mentality, that killer mentality that we saw last night, like I don't think that he's going to be really, really good down the stretch.
I talked about it earlier, and I was just like, man, he gets everything. He's ready for everything that's needed right now to be a franchise player. And like I said earlier, maybe he wasn't always there. Maybe he, just didn't click with them. Hey, I got to carry this team at this time, and I got to pick up my game here. They need my scoring. It can't be the distributor, whatever. But Damian pointed it out. There was, probably in that second quarter, I think you said, where he was like, we got to turn it up now. I know I'm fourth quarter Fox and I get my other guys involved, but it's time for me to turn this up a little bit. And that's just indicative of me. He's ready, man. I talked about it yesterday. He's ready to lead this team, lead this franchise to another level.
Yeah, and I'll point out too, the game is much easier when there's two of you that are great. Like it's one thing to be like a pillar of a organization, and we call them cornerstones, right? So corner, but in most buildings there's at least 4 corners, and for a long time it felt like we kept saying the cornerstone of the franchise was realistically one guy, and when you're carrying all of the weight, and that's not saying he's doing everything on the court and he's the only player and all that stuff, but like when the other team is game planning to face the Sacramento Kings, it was like, okay, De'Aaron Fox, and we're just going to let Buddy Hield shoot as much as he wants. Like those are things that like you have to think about when you're going to play the Kings. It's how do we slow De'Aaron Fox? Now it's how do we slow De'Aaron Fox, and how do we take away some of what Domantas Sabonis does? And so when you're splitting up the scouting report and you're focusing on more than one player, it changes the dynamic greatly. And so I think he feels that. I think he feels like he now has somebody else who's standing there holding up the walls with him. And that's big, because it doesn't have to be him every night. It can be someone else. But it can also be him because they have someone else. It's all much easier for him at this point.
Watching De'Aaron last night, James, made me wonder if De'Aaron is even better if he's better than he was last year, or if he just recognizes, as you two were just talking about, the amount of talent around him, which he now has. We talk about the confidence that he has in himself and his ability to score. He said it very, very early in the season. I have the ability to get any shot I want to, and he has shown that like time and time again this year. But unlike last year, this year he has confidence in his teammates, whether it's Domas or Malik or Keegan. He has Domas and guys wearing Sacramento Kings jerseys, and I think that elevates him a little bit more, and it's making his game stand out. He doesn't have those. We talk about like De'Aaron's got to put together a full season. He's got to be doing exactly what he's doing right now. He's got to do that all year long. Well, yeah, it's hard to do it when you're carrying a bunch of dead weight, half of which don't even want to be here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'd also say this, like, you guys always talk about like the 14 3-pointers, right? Well, that's those stats. Like, it's not like every team in the league doesn't have access to the stats. They understand that too. They understand that in order for them to slow down the Sacramento Kings, they've got to take away the 3. So now we add, I mean, even if you're not looking at the Kings having a big 3, you can look at the idea of the 3-point shot as their third. So if you got to slow down De'Aaron and his speed, you got to slow down Domas, somehow keep him off the glass, somehow keep him from orchestrating the offense. but then you also have to slow down that 3-point shot. So you're right. By having better players around him, it has opened a door for him to excel. This isn't all on him, and he's using the screens as well as he has his entire career. The Kings are using all of these DHOs and these like the motion of the offense to get everybody wide open looks. But when that guy gets downhill, we saw it last night on a straight line drive right down the middle. He cut through like 3 guys, and he went in and out like laterally, like between everyone, and kept making moves all the way through while flying right down the middle of the lane and he went up and then went right to the other side of the basket and finished. And it was so impressive. Like the change of direction, change of speed that he's able to do is crazy. And it's fun to watch. He's like, realistically, he's finding out who he can be at this moment. And we're getting to see like sort of the nexus of who De'Aaron Fox can be.
What did you think of Terrence Davis last night, our guy TD? I mean, it seems
it's my favorite new ham segment. Say something nice about TD.
TD was out there. He provided a spark for this group, man. He came out there and provided a spark off the bench, woke everybody up, and did his thing. What you think, James? What you think?
Okay, so the first quarter was absolutely reckless. Like in the first quarter, he had 9 points.
Yep.
He had 3 turnovers.
Yep.
He had 2 personal fouls. It's like, welcome to the Terrence Davis experience. Like, you got everything. And that was all in like 5 minutes of play.
But it was an awesome 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's fun.
5 minutes.
And then late, when DeMonis needed all of his assists to get to the triple-double, he just kept feeding TD in the 2-man game, and TD kept hitting the threes. It was fun to watch. Like, he can be a valuable member of this team going down the stretch. I totally believe that. But he has to be consistent and keep doing what he's been doing, specifically on the defensive end. He has to be active on the defensive end as well. And Mike Brown talked about it last night. It's not like he makes a mistake. It's the second and third and fourth mistake where it starts to wear on you. And then we had the moment in postgame. I don't know if you guys saw his postgame. I didn't I switched bags yesterday, so I forgot my tripod. So all I had was a mini tripod, and I put it on a chair out in front of me and Brendan. So we were recording, and it ends up like my video is just like the tops of their heads because it was just too low. So I didn't put video out last night. Yeah, usually Brendan the keyboard warrior just like slaying that thing the whole time. Like it's like him and Scott Howard Cooper. Nobody hits a keyboard harder. Like you're like, man, what are you doing over there? And anyway, Terrence Davis had just this incredible moment in post game where I thought he was so much more honest than anyone else has been. So we asked, what are your expectations? What are you expecting? All these things from the players over the last couple of days when we're at practice. We had 2 days of practice. We had a shoot around. Like we've seen these guys a lot just since they've been back from the break, 3-4 days in a row. And, like you got the Malik Monk, like basic answer. Like, well, we just got to win. Okay. Well, how are you going to do that? Well, it doesn't matter. We just have to win. And I'm like, okay, I get that. And you get, Sabonis, who like, it feels like Sabonis interviews feels like speed dating. Like he just like rapid fire, ask a question, ask a question. I mean, he might feel.
I just don't think he's super comfortable with all that stuff.
It's good for writing when you go back and transcribe his quotes. He's actually really good for that because he gives you really succinct, like brief answers that fit into like a sentence and a half. And so it does actually work where Mike Brown like gives you 4 paragraphs for every answer. Sabonis is very quick. And you also get like rapid fire, like 14, 15 questions in a 2-minute session. But Sabonis, he's kind of been the same way. Like, well, we just have to continue to do what we've been doing all season long and just, continue to get better on the defensive end. And then he said, I've got to rebound better. We've got to rebound better, especially on the defensive end. We can't give up all these offensive rebounds. Anyway, but when we got to Terrence Davis, yeah. And then he came out and just like, okay, I said I was going to rebound better. Now I'm the rebound god. Like I got this. That's what I love about Sabonis. It is like very much like it's rudimentary. Like, yeah, I play basketball. It's like, okay, I get it. Like he goes out and he does whatever he says. Anyway, I'll read the quote that Terrence Davis had from last night. And, the thing about Terrence is he's honest and he wears it on his sleeve. And sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he kind of gets lost. But last night he said Sacramento hasn't been in this position in almost 2 decades.
If you hold that thought, sorry to interrupt you, James. If you hold that thought right there, I can actually play the clip for you.
Oh, you've got it. Okay, play it.
Yeah, we had this pulled up because it caught our attention in the same exact way. It caught yours. Here's TD last night following the game.
Walking on the court and knowing that you're in a position to do something that has been done in almost 2 decades. That should light a fire in you. For me, it's honestly, man. I was on the All-Star break just thinking about it while I was, somewhere else. I was just thinking about it and just trying to put into perspective how important these last few games are. So this is definitely major. This is something special for sure. We have, like I said, it's been almost 2 decades, so. That's important, man. This is everything,
There's Terrence Davis right there, Hammer.
Yeah, I just thought it was such an honest, like heartfelt answer where it wasn't canned. It wasn't like trying to give you an answer that, no one really has an answer to. He just basically lays it out there like, yeah, it's weighing on him. He understands it. He feels it when he walks on the court. And I think that more than anything else, that's what you want. If you're like Kings fans are like, it's really Sacramento's a white collar, like the whole downtown area, but Sacramento as a whole is more of a blue collar town. And you want your players to want it like you want it, right? It's like the frustration of dealing with some of these professional athletes where you just go, man, if when I was 22 years old, I was 7 foot tall and could jump out of the building and had all the athleticism, all the things that you have, like where would I be? And you get frustrated with them. And then you have a guy like this who's like, it's almost like he's attached to the fan base in a different way where he gets it in a way that they get it. Where a lot of, even like this season's, we've had this weird vibe where they keep saying, well, you have to remember these players haven't been, it's a 16-year playoff drought, but these players haven't been part of that whole 16 years. It's like, yeah, that doesn't matter. Your fans have been part of it for 16 years. It doesn't matter. What the fans want is for their team to feel like they do. So when someone says that, oh, we haven't been part of it, like it's almost like you're giving yourself an excuse. And fans don't want to hear that. Like I don't want to hear it as I'm sitting there listening to it. It's like, yeah, man, like, yeah, you need to break this streak. These fans deserve better. You're part of the organization. Doesn't matter if you've been here on a 10-day contract or for 5 years. You need to be better, and your fans deserve better. And I think that's what I got from Terrence. It's not just the words. It was, you could feel him feeling the same way that everyone else in Sacramento has felt. And I thought that was pretty brilliant.
Nah, that was
Casey,
awesome.
one more quick thing on TD, because I want to make sure James is aware of this. You mentioned the 9 points and 3 turnovers in the first quarter. You know how many turnovers he ended the game with?
3.
He ended the game with 3.
Yeah.
Let him
That
get
first.
some-
It was crazy sloppy.
Clearly, he was emotional. Like clearly, he went into that game with some emotion. And I think one of the turnovers, I guess this is a double whammy. It was a turnover and it was an offensive foul where he just drilled somebody back to the basket trying to get a bucket.
That's all right.
That's all
That's
right.
all right.
That's all right. That's right. That's it.
Yeah, and again, that's when we talk about Terrence and we talk about Malik Monk. I put him in the same boat as far as like they're mistake players and stuff. It's not just the turnovers. It's not just the missed shots. Realistically, it's the missed assignments that drive the coaching staff like bonkers. Because you can have just like Terrence comes in and he plays like he came in at I think 7 minutes left in the first quarter because that team had no energy and they needed something. But that means that he played a big chunk of his time with Sabonis. If you make 3 mistakes or 2 mistakes on the defensive end and you let your guy go right at Sabonis, you can be the reason why Sabonis only plays 25 minutes that night. And it can be that quick. And, Sabonis is going to make his own mistakes and his own fouls on certain plays. But this team has been giving, like, wide open runs at their all-star center all season long. And that's part of why Terrence doesn't play. He makes mistakes. He gambles in the wrong way. And he leads to, like, the bigger picture is Sabonis getting in foul trouble. And so I don't think he made those mistakes. I thought he was attentive defensively, and he was okay. He came in with too much energy, too hot, which his team needed, but it also led to a couple of turnovers.
That was Kenny the day after the All-Star game.
It happens. It happens.
It happens.
We've said it, a number of different times. I think you can win with Terrence TD, and I think that he could be really vital for what this team does with his energy, with his versatility. I'd love to see more minutes with him and Monk playing, on the court at the same time, bringing a different level of energy. I know James heard that. He might have had an aneurysm just even thinking about all the defensive mistakes and wild plays going on. But I think the upside of what they could be, which was like last night, where they're giving you 35 off the bench. I think that could be something special for this team. I'd like to see more of them playing together in these final 24 games.
Yeah, and I'm going to point this out. Someone says Herter makes mistakes too. Herter makes a couple of mistakes here and there. I'm not going to say that Herter's mistake-free. I mean, that would be absolutely ludicrous. But like if we look at per 36, Monk is at 3.1 turnovers per game. And Terrence Davis is at 2.4 turnovers per game. Herter's at 1.6 turnovers per game, so basically half of what Monk does, and like 60% of what Terrence Davis does. And I'll even say, like, where Terrence and Malik make mistakes on the defensive end, mistakes and limitations are different. And so, yes, does Kevin Herter get beat on the defensive end? I've never said that he doesn't. He does get beat. But a lot of times when he's getting beat, it's not because he's out of position. It's because he gets beat. Because whether it's his lack of athleticism or his opponent's incredible athleticism, when we're talking about Monk and we're talking about Terrence Davis, is usually that they're actually making mistakes, or they're out of position, or they're gambling in a weird way. I don't think that that's the case with Herter. And it doesn't matter. You can't have like your whole team with just Kevin Herters, just like you can't have your whole team with just, Malik Monk's and Terrence Davis's. You need that excitement, that energy, that guy who takes a bunch of risks, just like you need the other guy who doesn't take a bunch of risks, who can get beat, but it's for a different reason.
Yeah, and real quick, what we see from Terrence is one of those guys, I've talked about it in the past, and Malik is the same way. You talk about their turnover numbers per 36. You got to just let them be them. You got to, when you play them, you got to be like, they're going to make some crazy passes sometimes. They're going to make some head scratching decisions. But if I let them play the way they want to play, the reward may be greater than a mishap here and there. And where we saw that earlier in the year was when TD was scared to death to do anything.
Yeah.
Because if he got one turnover or one missed assignment, he'd be out. Then he's triple pump faking on a three and traveling because he don't know what to do. Like, I'm of the belief, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but just the way I go about it, you got to go, guys like that, you got to take the good with the bad, because I think the good far outweighs the bad at the end of the day. And you got to accept, hey, there's going to be some turnovers. I'm going to yell at them about it, but I'm going to let you know you're still in the game. You're not losing no minutes off of this. Continue to play your game. I'm going to coach you through it, but you got to let them be them.
I'm going to respond to that with, I agree. You have to let them be them, but you can't not coach them. You have to coach them hard, and you have to demand that they get better. They have to get better just like everyone else does. And just because that's who they are and they're going to make some mistakes, that doesn't mean you can't clean up a lot of what they're doing. And, sure, I don't want you throwing the ball into the stands 3 times a game. That's one thing. But the coaching aspect of it, pulling Terrence Davis aside during timeouts and saying, look, man, I cannot have you like incorrectly defend the pick and roll again and again and again. Those are things that you have to keep coaching. And like, look, I think what we're seeing right now is the fruits of labor that Mike Brown has put in and that Terrence Davis has put in and the rest of the coaching staff has put into working with Terrence to make him a better player overall. So while you don't want to take away what makes him him and makes him like the individual basketball player that has the athleticism and the crazy things that Terrence Davis can do, you still need him to be better at the basics and better at the things that you can coach into him. And so, like, while I agree with you, I think there is something to the way that Mike has handled this situation. And we're finally seeing sort of part of the finished product that we can see for this season for Terrence is that Mike Brown has reined him in certain ways where he can be better defensively. He can be better sort of schematically and in the flow of the game on both sides of the court. But he can still be who he is as an individual and still do some of the crazy things that he's able to do.
Let's talk more Kings basketball with James Ham. Specifically, the game coming up in about 4 hours.
I'm ready for this
Kings are in Los Angeles tonight to take on the Los Angeles Clippers. So we'll talk about that with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, our man James Ham, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Appreciate you guys being in here on a Friday, man.
Yeah,
this is a great audience to have on a Friday, man. We thank you so much. Hit the thumbs up button and the subscribe buttons and all that good stuff. And I know we try to say it a lot, but thank you guys for the endless support, man.
James, we asked this earlier. I don't know if it was on there or off there. I can't remember, but you think the Kings can re-sign Terrence Davis?
Yeah. I mean, I think he would like to be here. And, you know, again, we always get into these debates. Fans get into these debates. If Terrence Davis is this player for the last 25 games of the season, right, and he's averaging, 10, 11, 12 points a game, and he's bringing energy, people are going to be like, oh, man, Terrence going to make like $8 million a year. Like, players' salaries are pretty much what they are. And, like, I think Terrence, could he be back on like a 2-year, $7 million deal or a 2-year, $8 million deal like what he signed last time? Sure. Mm-hmm. Like, there's nothing that says he wouldn't be back. The only thing that I would caution people is if that's something that you really like and you want Terrence Davis back.
Yes.
But I'll tie it up very specific. And Jim, other people have asked about the Fox ankle. Like, he's not on the injury report at all. Anyway, back to what I was saying with Terrence. It's very clear that the Kings are going to try to sign Sasha Vezenkov in the offseason. And so, like, that's what I'm hearing. Like, they would like to bring. It's really going to come down to whether Sasha Vezenkov wants to come over or not.
Kimberly's mad at you for that. Sorry, Hammer. Kimberly's
I love
upset
it
that you just did that. Yeah. Sorry, James. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, people want to watch? That's funny.
No, they can see her. I can see her playing. Yeah. Yeah, that's Catalina. That's our squad. Yeah, Catalina's shoe game crazy. She wearing boots today. Yeah, she wearing boots today. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. She got boots today. What are you wearing today? Is it pink?
Sixes. Gold sixes.
Okay.
Anyway, my point was that if you're going to bring Sasha Vezenkov, who is another guy who's 6'8" with short arms and isn't a great defender, you're going to keep running into this problem that you have to find somebody who's 6'9" with a 7'3" wingspan that can defend the paint, and that can maybe block a few shots and steal a few, get some steals. You still need that length and athleticism that this team just lacks. And so it's hard to look at Terrence Davis as a 6'4" small forward, or the third shooting guard on your team, especially when you've got Keon Ellis, who will probably be ready to play some game action next year. It's hard to look at, like, sort of, how are you going to fill out this roster?
Did someone go see him? Did you tweet that? Did someone go?
Yeah, Jay
see
Triano went to Greece during the All-Star break and spent time
Yeah.
with Sasha.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
Like Aldrich, you bring up Kessler Edwards could be that guy. That's possible, but like if the Kings are who they are proving to be this season, and if they want to build off of that, then Kessler Edwards isn't your answer for what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a 25 to 30 minute a game guy, or even a starting level guy that can give you that. And we don't know what Kessler Edwards is or what he's gonna be, but you probably have to, improve that position.
The Keon, I know a lot of people want to see Keon. I like Keon. I don't think he's ready to be as good as Terrence Davis next year. Like I don't think next year he'll be ready for that.
He's not. Well, I mean, he's a very different type of player. So I mean, he's a legitimate 3-and-D, like shooting guard, but he can't really play the small forward. I think that they'll probably like try to work with him a little bit on point guard skills, just to have him as like a potential backup point guard. But yeah, he's got a lot of defensive capabilities, and he's a really good 3-point shooter. So
hang on, James. We're coming back right here. Shout out to King Combs right
King
there.
Combs.
I forgot this existed. Should have got one from Bill Bellamy today. Man, if I had known Bill Bellamy was in the studio,
You would have pulled up?
I would have pulled up and said, Bill, you once told us this tremendous story about Any Given Sunday, and when the fight broke out between LL Cool J and Jamie Foxx. And he built this whole story up about how he was about to deliver this big dramatic line, and then the big fight broke out, and then he never got to deliver his line. They just cut the whole entire scene.
Bill didn't get a chance.
Bill didn't get to. And I regret to this day, it was the most captivated I'd ever been in an interview. Ever.
Yeah.
He had me and J. Ross in the palm of his hand. And it didn't dawn on me to ask
him the line.
What was the line?
No. You could have given him in his moment. Go have your moment right now. Give us the line.
The line would have been something like, "Oh yeah."
That wasn't the line. That wasn't the line. If I had known, I would have run in here in the middle of me in the morning and been like, Bill, what was the line?
Security.
Yeah.
Security.
Damn shame what happened to D-Lo. He was shot by Bill Bellamy's security today.
That's right.
Running in. But shout out to me in the morning with Bill Bellamy on, who I assume is performing at the Punchline.
Yeah, Punchline all weekend. Tonight, Saturday, and
that sounds like something Sean Cunningham would do. So if Sean Cunningham is going to the Punchline, please ask him to ask Bill Bellamy what was the line from Any Given Sunday that the fight between LL Cool J and Jamie Foxx interrupted. The biggest failure of my media career by far.
I might go see Bill Bellamy this weekend.
He's very funny. He has never so as captivating as that interview was, my favorite Bill Bellamy memory ever was the first time Adrian Ross asked me to play in the Matt Backer celebrity basketball game. And I check in, probably the last person to check in, rightfully so.
Oh, Jaren Jackson Jr.
And I go to the line and I line up next to Bill Bellamy, and Bill looks at me and goes, "Yo, what's up, man?" I say, "Hey, I'm D-Lo," because I was a jackass, and that's how I introduced myself. "Yo, I'm D-Lo at the radio station." He said, "Where?" I'm Bill. And I just thought that was cool. It was like, yeah, I know you're Bill Bellamy. Like this was prime, like How to Be a Player, like them flicks. Like I know, like you're Bill Bellamy. I thought that was cool.
Was a moment,
one of the coolest dudes I've ever met.
That was a moment akin to when Michael Jordan met that guy in Barcelona. Remember?
We just hit a wall?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. Same thing, but he was like, "I'm Michael."
I just hit a wall last night. Hey, you ain't met this man and tell him about your practice. You sure as hell ain't telling me you play bad. What are you doing up so early? Well, I'm filming, jackass. What's it look like? What do you think?
Man.
I'm about to make this home video that these two idiots in Sacramento are going to recite for the next 40 years. That's the part that got cut.
That's the one.
They only aired that on The Last Dance. That's the part that got cut.
There was something else I was going to say. It had nothing to do with the Kings, but I can't
That
remember.
adds up.
Don't quote me.
It's 3:36 on a Friday, man. We're
It was
feeling
really
it.
important too. I'm mad I missed it.
Well, okay. Well, when James is in the middle of a point and it pops back in your head, just blurt it out.
Just
like
go
we
ahead
did.
and blurt it out.
Just
Blurt it
it out. Hammer, how you feeling about tonight's game?
I don't know.
Los Angeles Clippers.
Like the Clippers, they're a veteran squad. They're physical, but they just haven't been together. They just did some weird news team assemble thing and added 4 rotational players, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But I think it's better to catch them here early than it is 3 weeks from now when they've had time to sort of sit in the pot together. And the Kings play them twice, right? They play them today, then they've got the 2 games against OKC, then they go back to LA, or they come home to play the Clippers. Yeah. So it's one of those things where I think you want to play them while they're trying to, before they realize who Russell Westbrook is, that you want to play them then.
Wow.
And see how it goes. See how it goes. Sorry, D'Lo. This is that moment where you're like, oh, they don't know who he is yet. Oh, all right.
That's cold, man. That's cold. I don't condone that, Ham. Man, don't do that to Russell. Don't do that to Russell.
Like scrub, man. Look, I know I'm high on Russell Westbrook, and I love Russell. That's not going to change. It's literally not. I don't care if he averages 2 points per game next year. I love that dude. I love what he stands for. I love his game. I love the whole thing. Y'all talk about that dude like he's terrible.
Yeah.
You, Trysta.
Yeah.
Trysta in a little bit more roundabout way. But y'all talk about that dude like he's terrible.
I'm the only
He's
one on
not
your side.
terrible. He can put up stats. But can he win? And that's the question. I mean, he's
he
got to
can
be the answer to winning. Well, he hasn't been able to in a couple of years. So
Well, the Wizards went to the playoffs.
He
Sorry,
led the
went
Wizards to the playoffs. That team sucked.
Team was sorry. The Rockets were in the playoffs. That was a bubble year. Before that, he was at OKC, went to the playoffs with nobody.
Y'all had Russell Westbrook in the Oklahoma City Thunder in the gutter, and that dude won MVP his first year and took that team to play. Oh, he won the MVP, only won 46 games. He won 46 games with that team.
Yeah. No, but
you think he's
seen
gonna
a
be
lot.
hindrance to the Clippers?
I think he
See, I
can
don't.
be.
I don't even think he can be.
Yeah.
This is going to be the best
He-
Russell Westbrook we've seen all year.
He can be.
This version of
Because
Westbrook.
he's going to still want to be Russ, and he's still going to want to play 30-something minutes a game. And if that's not who he is for that team, I don't think he's ready to accept that that's not who he is. So, I mean, we're going to have to see. Because he wouldn't do it with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. He wouldn't accept who he was. And he
No,
wouldn't
he
buy
looked
in
around
fully.
at that roster and was like, this team sucks. I'm one of the best players here.
Yeah,
And
but
he did
he's
come-
always going to think that in every room.
Y'all are
And-
starting Patrick effing Beverly above me?
Embarrassing. That was and he did come off the bench for the Lakers. He came off the bench.
He literally did
Yeah.
everything they asked, and they still blame the entire failure of a season on him.
I can't wait for them to not make
Oh,
anything.
man. Same. But James doesn't host a Locked on Clippers podcast or a Clippers Beat podcast or a
No.
what's the street down there?
It's probably it's not La Cienega. It's
La Cienega
no,
vibes.
It's Figueroa.
Figueroa vibes. Figueroa
Figueroa
vibes.
vibes.
So I say this. James, one thing that was frustrating, like both of us earlier, was you looked at the NBA slate tonight. There isn't a more intriguing game tonight than the Kings and the Clippers. And it's like it's literally the 3 seed versus the 4 seed. It's nowhere to be found on national television. The NBA decided to do nothing about this. They're airing Oklahoma City and a Kevin Durant-less Phoenix Suns team instead. When you have this, what I believe is a gem of a game to showcase in front of the NBA world tonight, and they refuse to do it. And I think part of that is because they still don't think what the Kings are doing is real. Now, I'm not saying that the Kings are going to win tonight, but I think we see a game akin to the second one we saw against Dallas a week ago. I think they're in tonight with the Clippers.
I mean, this is a game that, like, it's a measuring stick of sorts. It's like you look at this 4-game stretch or even like this 6-7 game stretch. This is so crucial to who the Kings want to be. Like, this is, are you going to be fighting for the 3, or are you going to be fighting for the 6 to hold on to the 6? That's what I think we'll know a lot more about this team when you get done with the 2 OKC games, when you get done with the 2 Clippers games, and you got the Pelicans. Like, it's tough. You've got some games, but it's all against teams that you're supposed to be competing with, and some of which you should be better than. And it's going to be a measuring stick of sorts because they have to show that this is who they are, that they can fight through a stretch like this and, get up to 35, 36 wins by the end of the 5 games or something. It's definitely, for me, I want to see who they are against a team like the Clippers. Mm-hmm. And like the Clippers have been they're like the paper champions. They have been for a long time, but they never actually, turn out to be great when it matters. So we want to see if this is just another version of that, of paper champions, or if they can put a team together here in the final 25 games and coach them up and get them on the same page and get them ready to make a title run.
It's harsh for the Clippers. It was. I wish people would tell the whole story.
Thank you, Doc.
They were in the bubble, and then Kawhi tore his ACL in back-to-back years. It's not fair.
They were in the bubble, and Patrick Beverley was on their team. So those 2 things go hand in hand.
There's that.
Yeah.
I look at this Kings team, and we talked about Terrence Davis and what he said. We talked about earlier Domantas Sabonis and what he had to say after the game. Just something simple like, no, we're never really worried. We knew once we were going, once we got going, everything was going to be okay. I told Damian, this team is extremely confident. I think the thought that they're going to fold under the pressure, they're going to fold under these 24 games left, I don't think that's the way this team is built. You look at Terrence Davis and what he said, I think he speaks for the team. I think they all recognize what's going on. And I'll take it a step further. I think they're ready. I think they can taste it. Like, where a lot of people are like, is it going to be too much for them? They haven't been here. And I understand that thought. I kind of think the opposite. I think they can taste it. I think they want to get this done. Somebody like De'Aaron Fox, I think they can taste it. That's part of the reason why I think they're going to come into the game tonight looking to compete, looking to maybe make a statement that, no, we're here. We're right here. We're going to finish this thing off, Sacramento. Don't worry. We're going to finish this off. We're going to show you by the way we compete and play tonight.
Yeah, like with the point you made earlier, I can agree with you, but I can also tell you that even if they are ready, there's still a chance that they're fighting for the 6th seed and trying to avoid the 7th. It's just that's the way the NBA works. So, while I don't think that they are going to fold, and I don't think that they're just going to be bad down the stretch, and I'm going to watch a 37-win team, and they might win 4 games the rest of the way type deal. That's not what I think at all. But if you go 500, if you go 3 games over 500, whatever it is, that, none of that ensures that you're going to be the 3rd seed or the 4th seed or the 5th seed. This is going to be a dogfight. There are a bunch of good teams. So it's not just that, the Kings can show up tonight. They can play a great game. They can lose by 3. And so that's how I look at this. And I'm not trying to point out that the schedule is tough just to say that, oh, they're going to lose so many games. Say, the schedule's tough. You can play great basketball and still lose a handful of games that you wish you didn't. And it's not one person's fault or it's not that they let anyone down. It's just that you went up against a team that was good, like you're good, and you got beat. And so that's why I'm not trying to be apprehensive or I'm just trying to keep it on the level. And yeah, I get what you're saying.
We don't want
Yeah.
that. Because here's the other thing. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna point out, because we always point out the standings. They closer to the 2 than the 10. We don't ever talk about that. They closer to the 2 than the 10. They closer to 2 than the 7.
And here's my two things. One, James said dogfight. We've got to stop this. We've got to stop this. We literally had dogs fighting on the show earlier, and then we got James bringing up dogfight. We've got to stop this.
It's funny because when I hear the term dogfight, I know it has such a negative connotation.
It's terrible.
It does, but that's not what I think when I think dogfight. When I think dogfight, I think like World War II fighter pilots, like battling in the air.
Top
That's
Gun.
a dogfight.
There you go. It's Top
Yeah.
Gun. I got you.
Also, you guys think about dogfight as like an orchestrated, like we're fighting these dogs. Sometimes dogs just fight.
Yeah, it's what Trista's dogs were doing earlier.
Like,
Just got to do a fight in the middle of our
Yeah,
segment.
my dogs fight.
It's
Yeah.
not a set up thing. Sometimes dogs just fight. When they fight, they get after it.
Yeah, and again, I don't even think of the term in that way. I literally, I'm thinking like, like a battle. It's going to be a battle in the air. It's going to be like two groups of going at it, and like this is going to be tough.
Well, here's the thing that doesn't apply to the Top Gun dogfights is, you talk about this team could go 3 games over 500 the rest of the way and be fighting for the 6th seed. I don't know this because this is not my bag and this is not what Stacey Kaufman pays me to do. I don't feel like the math checks out on that. If they go 3 games over 500 the rest of the way, they're almost certainly the 6th spot because they
like
would have
4.
had to have beaten somebody who is in the vicinity of them as these teams keep playing each other along the way. James, I know your heart doesn't want to get hurt again. Come on, man. Come on, James. This is it.
They go
This
3
is
games
it.
over to finish the season. They're like the 4th seed.
This is it, James. This is the moment right here.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to keep it real and make sure that people are understanding that it's not a bummer. If you go into tonight's game and you get drubbed by 30, and then that becomes a trend for the next 3 games, then like we're gonna have there's a problem.
Literally hasn't happened one time this year.
I agree, but what I'm saying is that that's not what I expect.
You're hurt.
What I expect is for this team to fight and to give it a good game each and every night, but that still doesn't mean anything.
Let's
Like,
hug. Come on,
yeah.
virtual hug, James. Come
Virtual
on,
hug.
Wrap your arms
How
around.
about a
Come
hug?
on, Hammer. Let's go.
That's funny.
This team, I know, and this was, but this actually to go all the way back to the original thing that you brought up when you were talking about what Terrence said last night. That's the way, like that's why that clip has resonated. That's why that quote has resonated with so many Kings fans, because literally every Kings fan is feeling exactly what Terrence Davis was talking about. The weight of these next 25 games and what they mean. And we talked about this leading into it. We're going to overreact to everything. We're going to overreact to wins, to losses, to the amount they win, to a first quarter, to a fourth quarter. Because every game has such weight to it.
And real quick, James. See, I feel like, and I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, but we heard the same thing and heard 2 different things at the same time. I didn't hear weight. I heard anticipation. We're at the precipice of doing something that hasn't been done here in 2 decades. Like I recognize it. Let's finish it. Like I didn't hear, damn, like, oof.
Well, no,
Oof.
I think I guess it's a different interpretation of the word weight. Weight as if he's dragging it behind him, or a weight as if we know, like you
feels
feel
it
it
heavy.
You feel
I think
it.
he feels it as in, I can't wait to get there. That's how I took it.
Okay.
I think he feels it. Like he's walking out there and he's looking around that arena, and he knows that he feels the same way that everyone else does.
As evidenced by his 3 fouls and 2 turnovers.
Yeah, like we've got to get this. That's what he feels. Like he's excited, but he's also it's going through his mind of like how big of a moment this is, and it's really cool for a guy who, I mean, he's only been here I guess 2 years now, right? So it's not like he's like a king for 5 or 6 years, like the Harrison Barnes, Rashawn Holmes, De'Aaron Fox group. He hasn't been here that long, but you know that like he understands the community. It feels like he gets the community side of it maybe as much or more than other people do.
Well, I and that may be true. I think De'Aaron gets it. He's just never going to vocalize it. The first time De'Aaron vocalizes it, if he vocalizes it at all, is when it's over. It's like I always remember, and I can't remember who said it. I want to believe it was Tim Duncan, but I don't know. The San Antonio finals that they won. Everyone said all year San Antonio's got to get back there. Like they had the tape out for them. The trophy was ready. And then Ray Allen hits that three. Like they wouldn't acknowledge that they wanted to get back to that moment. They didn't want to acknowledge that they needed to write that. They didn't want to acknowledge that all year until the second that game ended and the Spurs were NBA champions again. They were like, we knew we had to get back here. Yeah. We couldn't let what happened last year be a defining moment in our legacy. We had to get back here, and we had to have this moment. De'Aaron is not – I don't believe De'Aaron is going to address 16 years or a playoff drought or anything of that sort. And if he does, he's going to do it the moment it ends.
You know, in a way, he has addressed it for like 4 straight years. 5 straight years coming into this year. Like it's been a question that's been asked of him so many times. And he's always said like, look, if
I got a bunch of bums around me, what do you want me to do?
No, he keeps saying, if I can be the one that puts us over the top, that snaps the streak, if I can be part of that team, then we'll be legends here. He gets that. But he hasn't said it this year because he said it so many times before and it didn't happen. And so that might be why you're not hearing it this time. And it might be why Harrison Barnes is clearly growing a playoff beard, but he won't acknowledge that he's growing a playoff beard. Like, I don't know if he's trying to go out and get another Razor endorsement, but he clearly knows, and he's got something brewing there on his face that I don't even know what it is. And it's like, man, what is happening? He doesn't want to acknowledge it because he did it once before and it didn't work out. And so, yeah, I think the guys that have been here, yeah, they're apprehensive about like speaking it at this point, just because they have talked about it so many times before. You know, DeMarcus Cousins talked about it all the time. You know, if he could be the guy that got them to the playoffs, well, he never was. And so now Fox is, you know, he's got close. The 39-win season where they faded down the stretch, that was, you know, they were close, and he answered that question a bunch of times. And then they ended up missing the playoffs by 8 games. That's how far it ended up being at the end of the day. But you know, I just think that he's been through this too many times, and maybe that's where Terrence hasn't. He hasn't been through this so many times where he's jaded by it, and he just like I feel like it's an honest thing that he feels what's happening and he feels the excitement of the community, and he is an emotional guy. He wears it on his sleeve, so maybe that's part of it. It's that just like the emotion of it is big for him because he's an emotional dude.
And him and Malik are the perfect guys to answer it because, like, those guys, they just answer questions. Like, they don't strategize how they like. You ask them a question, you're going to get an answer. Those are the two perfect guys to address this. You don't need to ask Domas about this right now. You don't need to ask De'Aaron Fox about this. Certainly don't need to ask Harrison or Mike Brown. Ask Malik, you'll get a real answer.
Keegan.
I honestly don't know what you'll get with Keegan if you ask him the question.
Like,
I don't know.
We got Keegan coming out of the break. He had a different energy to him. And
it was his brother. You guys just didn't know. It was Chris.
There it is. Yeah.
A good lineup in the AirPods.
James Ham, make sure you become a premium subscriber over at the Kings Beat. Check out the Kings Beat podcast for more great Kings content. If you're listening on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app and you want more Kings talk, you want more Will Z, more Trysta Krick, more James Ham, we're going to run it back for you next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Kings.
We did it. We are radio professionals.
It wasn't major. I was just going to give a shout out to the Blue Devils.
Yeah, that was a big win yesterday. I caught up on that one at about 4:30 this morning. Yeah, that was big.
They went 14-3 in conference.
Yeah, that was a big time win.
That's a hell of a turnaround.
I think State got them last time.
No, I think they beat State last
Did they
time.
beat State? So they lost to North Carolina.
First time. I saw that stat for a while. Yeah, North Carolina.
North Carolina got them. Yeah.
It's a hell of a turnaround. Were they under 500 last year?
Yeah. Yep.
That's a hell of a turnaround.
And don't tell her this team is good. Don't do it.
That's a hell of a turnaround.
Don't do it. Like talking to Coach Patrick, it's like I feel like college coaches are exactly the same. Yeah, they're saying the same things in different ways. I mean, and Kara's not a first year head coach, but like,
did she take over during the pandemic?
Yes, her interview with Duke was in the bubble. Like it was like their first day in the bubble when they were like they had the quarantine for like 36 hours or something. So that whole thing took place while she was just sitting in her room. And the first time they were able to be around each other is when the Celtics posed with those Duke t-shirts on that Brad got, which is one of the dopest. Like she's got that picture in the office. Like that's just one of the coolest things.
I say that to say, I mean, I think last year was a regular year, but I mean, this is like the first real year.
That's how I would like categorize it. The first real year, but yeah, don't tell her that.
Shout out to the we're off the air. I meant to do this earlier too. Shout out to the Sac State women, man.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
Record-breaking win for them.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes,
that's
indeed.
Awesome. And my guys are gonna get it together for the tournament.
Yeah, they'll be ready.
They're gonna get it together. I ain't tripping.
They'll be ready.
I ain't tripping, baby.
Yeah, we missed Coach Patrick this week because we were away on Tuesday. So
and then when we talk to him next week, we might not because I don't know when that tournament starts. I feel like that tournament might start Tuesday.
I should have it in my calendar.
He needs some like the mojo. Like get
he
on
does
here.
need the vibes.
Yeah.
He needs the vibes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we have a week before the tournament starts.
No, tournament next week.
Yeah, I think it starts. It looks like it starts Saturday.
It starts this Saturday?
No,
they play on Saturday, and I feel like it might start Tuesday, or it depends on where they're at. They might play on Wednesday.
Okay,
I could be wrong though, because that's the 3rd and the 4th. No, it starts the following week. My bad.
I have it in my calendar as the 4th.
Yeah. Is when it starts.
That's what I have.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So there's something on them. Have they played? They got Portland State Monday.
Yeah. So that's a regular season game, I think.
Okay.
And the following, the 4th, that weekend, I guess, is when the tournament starts.
And the women got senior night.
Tomorrow?
Here. No, on Monday. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What time is their game? 7?
7.
Wait, Fred Gonzalez, what do you mean Harrison cut his beard? Did he cut his beard? I don't know. Sorry.
That's the last time I saw him.
We interviewed him the other day, and he had his beard going. Yeah, he's been willing to talk a little bit about it. He's one that said, well, yeah, if we want to host a playoff series. And I said, wait, did you just say host? And he smiled. Yeah.
The game 916. It's a good call. I was watching, I don't know who it was, but it was the semifinals of the CIAA. I think it's like Fayetteville or something. I don't know. No, but it was on live. It's on live. Anybody that wants to go to ESPN Plus and watch it.
All 3 of you.
Semifinals of the CIAA. Winston-Salem, Stephen A's alma mater, beat number 1 seed Virginia Union. Charles Oakley's alma mater to play in the finals tomorrow.
Oh man, let's shut it down so Hammer can go play in the snow. Hit the thumbs up before you go, subscribe buttons, all that stuff. Have a great weekend, safe weekend. Drink responsibly.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys. Man, really great day in the stream, man. Thank you guys. We'll see you Monday.